Hey guys, I just really didn't want to interrupt that song. We're going to be doing some MSFS today. I'm not sure if we're going to be doing some other stuff later in the stream. I guess we'll find out together. But we're going to be probably mucking around with some of the stuff from the Maverick update, because it was actually a lot better than I expected. Obviously, it's still not DCS. But I was pleasantly surprised by how much effort they put into it. So we'll probably try out some of the planes from, well, there are only 2 planes from that, one of which we had already, but we'll probably do some flights in that. And probably do some more normal stuff as well. One thing that was interesting to me was that they actually added mark cones. So when you go through the sound barrier at low altitude or near large bodies of water or in very high humidity, you get a shot cone forming on the aircraft, which doesn't happen in DCS except with the Jeff. And the Jeff, it's just hard-coded to always happen. It's like a baked-in effect. But in MSFS, I tested this. It is actually affected by altitude, and I think it's affected by humidity and proximity to water. Because I got cones at low altitude, and particularly around the coast, and I didn't get any at high altitude. Now that's with the Asobo F-18, the Super Hornet. I'm not sure. So I've got the F-35 as well, and it has them too, but I think it already had them baked in. So I think at the moment the actual Maverick add-on stuff is the only thing with it working, but I could be wrong on that. So hopefully the F-104 will get it at some point. It also needs the sonic boom effects, which the FA-18 and the Dark Star have. Got the A5 working in Strike Fighters. Nice. Hello. There we go. There's our MSFS. Let's get flying. So, what I might do to start with is we'll just do a bit of a cheeky flight around in the Super Hornet, just to show off some of the new effects. I have flown this aircraft on stream before, but before they added all the stuff from this update, so it will be a little different. Where is it? Point Magoo should be. It's not that far north. Right there. We'll go with live weather. Now I've just got to find the thing. I got so many planes in here. I've got so many I need to still fly on stream at some point. I do want to do a Connie flight on stream. Not today, because it's going to be a long flight if I do I don't know. I could do a Connie passenger flight, which will be a long flight. It'll be like with the DC-6. Or I could do some alternative flying with the Connie, which I have not done yet, so I'm not sure how well that'll go, but it would be interesting. I have done that with the DC-6. She's a handful down low and slow, but it was very fun and very challenging to do. I actually really like this thing too. I've only flown it like 2-3 times, but I have developed a big soft spot for this ridiculous looking thing. Half tempted to suggest a local airfield near me for the memes. Immediately canyon running on takeoff. How long's the runway though? Because if it's too short, we won't get this out. I could do it in the in one of the other planes maybe later in the stream. We could do that. I think that would work. Let's go with the meme livery. We got to do the meme livery. So unless my parents get snowed in tonight, which it sounds like they might, they're going to be coming down tomorrow, and they're insisting they take me to go see it. So we'll see how badly I get triggered. Yeah, we'll start there. So what I did last night, I just kind of went generally east-northeast, and I ended up I ended up in Vegas. I didn't even mean to go to Vegas, I just ended up there, so we won't complain. We'll fly in a random direction today, I guess. We'll see what happens. We'll leave the time what it's set to, we'll leave the weather as live weather. Just gonna have to fidget myself around a bit. Absolutely fucking drenched on the way home from work today. I'm still drying out. Featured mission in FSX. Ah, interesting. I've got a lot of airfields that I want to fly into and out of, but they're pretty high up and not very long runways, so probably have to use a Trilander for a lot of those. One of them I did try and tag along with CCM when he was flying the Trilander, and I did that in the 337. It didn't end well. Not even that. Well, the AK-18 got off the ground, but it didn't like the mountain valleys so much it couldn't climb out of them. Oh my god, we're stuck in the fuel box. The red light, that'd be the stick. It'd be my HOTAS. So I got the red LEDs on it. What we're gonna do is we're gonna get the fuck away from the fuel box to start with. Yeah, I can't do that. I can only set one way... Oh, no, I can set waypoints like that. Interesting. But anyway, that's good enough. The Top Gun special. Yeah, I want to show off a few features they added. Oh, look, we got an F-35 just over there. I'll turn labels off. I usually leave the labels off just because I don't like them cluttering the screen. Yeah, that's what I was just saying before, Steve, is it's a lot better than I expected it to be. Like, it's certainly not up to DCS level. It's not amazing, but for what I thought it would be... Oh, the song! For what I thought it would be, it's actually a lot better than what I expected. It's a little misty. We will definitely get some good mark cones down here today. What I might do is I'll bring the view out a little, because that canopy boat's just so chunky. Heard the new movie's pretty good. My parents were raving about it, but my parents are normies. So we'll see how it goes. It might be better than expected as well, but I'm expecting it to trigger the fuck out of me when I see it. I'm sure they'll get something obvious wrong. I have not started one of these in DCS for a long time, but I can sort of remember how to do it. So battery on... Come over here, APU on, crank right. Probably should have waited for the APU to spool, but whatever. Unfortunately, none of these switches are functional, not even the OBOGs, which is a bit silly, but it is what it is. Got all our lights on that I want on anyway. So light test. So none of this stuff works, which you kind of wouldn't expect, to be fair, from MSFS. The bleed air does. I'm not going to start using the cross bleed, but it does work as far as I'm aware. It's clickable at least. That can stay where it is. Gens should be in normal. There's really not much to do here. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to our FPAS page there on that screen. I'm going to do a big brain maneuver so that I don't have to talk to the fucking ATC. We'll just tune them both to guard. There we go. Oh, no, it didn't work. Shit. Oh, no, 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 no. There we go. 12150. That's not... What am I doing? What am I doing? There we go. Okay, they're both on guard now. Can't set any of that stuff up. The autopilot does work, but like the data link doesn't, as you might imagine. The click zone on these switches is an absolute bastard sometimes, especially with track IR. Without it, it wouldn't be so bad, but with it, it's a pain in the ass. They actually pulled the paddle. That's okay. I'm impressed considering how like far off the first movie was. Like with the really shitty gamey fucking HUD for the Tomcat. I'm impressed. The sounds for this aren't bad. The ECU could be a bit more whiny, but the engines sound alright when they start up. 360 degree Org 9, yeah, I know, right? Oh, I like how there's a float plane, Junkers 52, just chilling on the tarmac. That makes sense. Check external. What are we checking on the external? What are we looking for? Oops. Oh god, I'm seasick. Flaps down. Yeah. We'll go half. And we'll go full. What, the rudder should be pointed inwards? Is that tied to the flaps being down on the... Oh, the ailerons. Okay, well, no, the rudders don't point in either. I don't know if the Super does that. I know the Legacy does. It's not, like, it's not a super detailed model. It's mostly just textures doing the work here, but it's not a bad model. And MSFS graphics do help it a bit. Things like the fact that MSFS actually does real-time reflections on everything really helps it a lot. Flaps automatic to half flap when a high enough speed so you don't overspeed them. I'm not sure, I haven't tested that. Those are Hornets on the side. I'm surprised that's actually a thing that works. Anti-skid, taxi light on, flap should be there at full, we'll set 7.5. And get rid of that. Now, Nozzle Steering, I don't have it bound in this sim, but you do actually have to press that in to get your Nozzle Steering on. The autopilot disconnect is also clickable. Goose, my beloved. That's the freeware one. So the freeware one has the retractable wing floats, the or the pontoons. The big radials one has the fixed ones. Now, unfortunately, when I'm sitting at idle cutoff with this throttle, in some aircraft it makes an obnoxious clicking noise. I'm not sure what causes that. But it's something I've encountered with both the Hornet and the Dark Star. It seems to be the Asobo stuff that does it. I also had an issue with the mixture levers in the 414 jumping around. One goose F14. Oof. Ouch and owie. Actually reminds me, now that this is out, I should check. I should have done it before the stream, but, you know, I'm a dumbass. I should check for updates to some of my other aircraft, because I would hazard a guess they're going to try push an F-104 update at some point to get a couple of the new features in on that. I'm not sure if Asobo have made the things like the sonic boom, the shot cones and stuff available to the other devs for use. I hope they have, though. I really hope they have, because I'd like to see more things like that in the sim, more little details. We don't have many supersonic aircraft in the sim, but having those details for those we do have would be nice. Let's just go around him. Yeah, documentation probably not, but oh well, it's a start. Do you have different MFD pages? A couple. So FPAS works, Fuel works, the ADI works, HSI works. The bit page doesn't. None of the combat-related stuff works. So yeah, I've got some, but I don't have many. And they're just using, like, they're using, I guess, Arial font, it looks like. They're not using whatever the font is that... POM knows what it is, the font that they use on the HUD. In DCS. This just uses normal, like, normie fonts for everything, which triggers the fuck out of me. You know, you guys know what I'm like with fonts. Kind of guy to retexture an entire cockpit in DCS because one font's wrong. How many assassins do you have to escape from already after your latest bug report? None yet. None yet. They've been oddly silent. But I was really happy to see that Ren Hanshui and Mice, MYSE, however you're supposed to say their name. I was really happy to see them post in there, because those two are, like, the people that you go to for vegan knowledge on the DCS forums. So seeing them in there is really encouraging. This is the Steam version. I have pretty much all my games on Steam, so when possible I just keep everything on Steam. Look at me encouraging monopolistic business practices. Bad Ross. Give me convenience or give me death, I guess. No, we're at Point Magoo. So I'm nice and close to a fairly large body of water. Yeah, the airport, like, ground traffic is really keen on driving across runways and taxiways at random, and I don't know why. I think the AI for the ground vehicles needs a bit of work. We have a slight crosswind from the right. I should probably have been holding right stick into that, but I don't think it's strong enough to really give a fuck. In real life, you would hold, it depends on the direction. So you climb into a headwind and you dive away from a tailwind, and then you move the controls in the direction it's coming from. Or, sorry, if it's a headwind, you move, like, from a front right quartering headwind, you'd move the stick back into the to the right, I think it is. I'm trying to remember here because it's been so long since I actually did it. And then if it's like a quartering left-hand tailwind, you'd push forwards to the right. Otherwise, the aircraft decides it wants to go somewhere that isn't on the taxiway or the runway. And a few people have wrecked out their planes by not doing that. There was a handy picture demonstrating it posted in CCM's Discord, but after a day of work and then walking home in pouring rain, my brain is not working well enough to remember which way is which. Could have used a little more rudder though. The E-bracket does work, by the way. Like, the landing logic on this actually seems reasonably close. Maybe a little too sticky, but it's reasonably close. So let's just go full burner. We're going to stick the autopilot on for a minute, so I can show you guys the shot cone effects, because I guarantee with this weather over water we will get one. It will do it just barely, but it takes a while to get there. We don't need to actually go supersonic anyway. We need to get to about 0.97, I think is where the cone usually starts forming. That's Oxnard behind us, or to our right side. DLC didn't add moving carriers as spawning from carriers to game. Yeah, I kind of wish they had done that. Just the one moving carrier challenge isn't really that hard. Like, even I managed to do pretty well in it, and you guys have seen my attempts at carrier landings. So, I feel like they could have done more with the carriers. Hang on, let me do a speed check here. 0.91. Okay, we're slowly getting there. I did pull my flaps all the way up, right? Yeah, I'm in burn. Oh, no, you're right. I completely forgot. I have to press a button to go into burner. That's one thing I don't like with this. Yep, there it is. And in just a moment... There we go, we're supersonic, and if I move the camera around... You get a sonic boom. And then if I decelerate, so we'll come out of burner. There we go again. Good call, Steve. I thought that takeoff roll was a little long. So, this is a MSFS thing. It's, well, at least with this aircraft. With some of the third-party ones, it's not an issue. But, by default in MSFS, you have to press a button to enter afterburner. Yeah, no, I'm not surprised it doesn't. It didn't used to. I don't think. I'd have to double check the last time I streamed it, but I don't think it used to go supersonic at sea level. It would get close, but it wouldn't quite do it. There's something else they added. The high angle of attack handling on this hasn't changed. You still, like, it still feels like a really big Cessna once you hit about 20-30 degrees angle of attack. So if I demonstrate that, for instance, we'll plug in the burner, because we got no power. Yeah, we hit 33 for a moment, and now it's just mush. Like, it's complete mush. I still have some control authority, but it's, like, you can see it, it's just mushing all over the place. It's kind of trying to spin. 1.6, super. 1.6 or thereabouts. At quite high altitude. See, it's winging over on me. I'm not doing that, it's just winging over on me, because it's got such a high angle of attack. So it feels very different to the DCS Hornet at low speed. Very, very different. You, like, I mean, I know that this is a Super Hornet, whatever, but it's just odd that the one thing that the Hornet's best known for, the high angle attack performance and low speed handling, they haven't modeled that very well from what I can see. I could be wrong on that. Maybe DCS has it wrong, but it feels off. But everything else, it doesn't feel bad, really. doesn't feel great, but it doesn't feel bad. Like, for a free aircraft that's in the game by, you know, by default, not bad. Now, I don't know if this one's encrypted or if it's actually moddable. I think it's encrypted. But yeah, there are mods out for it. So the thing is, with the encrypted ones, you can still mod them. It just means you have to basically rewrite everything, kind of guesswork, basically. But you can still mod them. There is a mod out for this. I don't have it. It's not encrypted. Ooh, nice. Okay, never mind then. Seen the loaded Super Hornet? Yeah, I have. I have. It's really impressive. I think we had an armor mission on that island at some point. Is that Catalina Island? Or is Catalina Island further down the coast? The one where we had to go blow up the early warning radars at the start of the World in Conflict campaign.
This aircraft pains me.
Thanks for the resub, Freeshy. It pains me less than I expected, to be fair. Like, it's definitely no DCS Hornet, but it pains me a lot less than I expected. Is there wing flex? In the sim, yes. On this actual aircraft, in the sim, no. But yeah, like a lot of the other aircraft in the sim have it, particularly the airliners. We'll just climb up. There's a lot of haze down there. So what we'll do is we'll get some altitude, and then we'll do another supersonic acceleration. And I'll show you guys that at a certain point you don't get the cone anymore. We'll try it here. We're about 17,000, 18,000 feet. So let me just level off. By doing a pushover, which feels very unnatural to me, as someone who usually flies the MiG-21. Okay. Get the autopilot on. We've got a bit of wind coming off those mountains. We might already be too high for a cone to form. Yes, we are. So, we've already passed through the sound barrier and we didn't get a cone that time. And as we decelerate back down, we shouldn't see one either. So we're back through the sound barrier there. And, yep. No cone. The scenery around this part of California is fucking gorgeous, dude. Like I said in Discord, I've just fallen in love with the southwest of the US from flying around it in this sim. It's fucking beautiful. I'm not usually a hot weather person or a desert person, but something about this part of the world is just, oh. Look down the nozzle with afterburner. Understandable. I really wish you didn't have to toggle it on and off with a button. That's something that could definitely be done away with, I think. It's not amazing. We'll come out of burner and have a look at the detail in the nozzles. Spoiler, there isn't much. I mean, at least some of the details are modelled, so you got the spray bars in there. Can't see the turbine, though. Yeah, it looks alright from a distance, and the actual afterburner plume looks pretty decent. Oh, there we go. We actually did get vapor. You see that? This time we got vapor. We didn't back there. We did here. It is fucking dependent on the weather. Bruh. I was right. That is so cool. For a game that has barely any supersonic aircraft in it, the fact they actually went to the effort of making the shot cones depend on humidity, that is... I'm impressed. I'm actually impressed. What was I going to say? Oh, the burner plumes. We'll do a night flight with this, I think, just to show them. It's like the F-104. So, DCS is starting to do this from what I've seen, but a lot of the older modules still don't have it. I'm going to be honest, I feel like the MiG-21 Afterburner rework, like visual rework, was kind of a step down. I miss the old purplish white jet that came out of it. Even though it was low-res texture, whatever. It actually looked more like what the burner plume should look like. The one we have now is kind of... It doesn't look bad, it just doesn't look that realistic. Doesn't look that much like the actual burner plume. So yeah, it's something that you see in KSP. So there's a mod for KSP, or not a mod, a framework for KSP called Waterfall, and it's an effects framework. And so you can use it to create proper shock diamonds and thrust cones and shit for different engines. And it uses an actual mesh. It's not just texture, texture cards or whatever. It's an actual proper mesh. You've got each shock diamond where it should be. It changes with thrust. And the F-104 in this sim seems to be like that. And the F-18, I think, is like that, but I'm not 100% sure. I'm really hoping the MiG-23 goes with that kind of effect for its afterburner. Because, it looks really good when it's done properly. It looks a lot better than just textures. The sort of standard thing is to use a cylinder. Maybe with animated textures, maybe not even. But if you do it properly, you've got, a lot of complex geometry going on in the afterburner plume that changes. I like the glow that it casts on the tail. You can see that in a few sort of twilight photos of MiG-23s. It's pretty nice. Alright, let's get rid of... I really should bind this. Let's get rid of the autopilot and do a bit more climbing. I'm not sure if the fuel consumption on this is accurate or not. It seems to give you quite a lot of range, even in burner. Up higher, obviously, at this altitude I'm not going to get much, but... I did from Point Magoo, basically all the way to Vegas, and I was in burner probably 80-90% of the time, and I flamed out right as I was about to land. Turns out active pause doesn't pause your fuel flow, by the way. That's one I'm going to give you guys for free. Active pause does not pause your fuel burn rate. Just a pro tip, because I may have plowed into a crane at the end of the runway as a result. Start pushing the nose over a bit. We don't want to get too slow. This isn't a ballistic climb we're doing here. Well, yeah, I'd imagine it would have about 30% more fuel. It's about 30% bigger. It is a large aircraft. You can see by the flight path vector, by the way, velocity vector, you can see just how much wind we're contending with up here. It's actually fallen off the HUD. When it starts blinking like that, it means it's fallen off the HUD. We're also very slow. So I probably should have nosed down a little earlier. We'll dump the nose for a little more speed here, I think. Try and get a bit of a supersonic sprint going on. See, the flaps are scheduled down because we're so slow. They will go up automatically as we pick up speed. I haven't got them selected, they're just on automatic like they would be in the DCS Hornet. Let's also hang a right here so we can get out over the desert. Okay, now we got some speed back. Speed govern, not alpha govern? I'm not sure. I might have to test that out sometime. I haven't really been paying attention to what they're doing, to be honest. Okay, we already passed back through Supersonic. I didn't even notice. So we're going to start, I think, a gradual climb here. Heading about 050. You know what? No, let's head 09. We'll just head straight east. It depends on the aircraft. So the MiG-29, they're AOA scheduled, not speed. I don't know about the Hornet, but in the, like, for instance, in the MiG-29, it's purely off angle of attack. So the wind is either easterly or westerly or very close to it, because we're flying just about 090 now, and our velocity vector is centered on the ladder. So that solves that issue. Climb up to about 45, I think, 45,000, and we'll level off there. We'd go a little higher, maybe 48. Yeah, let's go 48. Doing Mach 1.27 in the climb. According to the FPAS page, in our current flight conditions, we got 654 miles to 2,000 pounds fuel, or 55 minutes. But that's at our best Mach speed, I believe. Not at our current speed. Our current speed's probably going to run us out a lot faster. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. We're actually on a 50,000, it looks like. Oops. We'll just be a tube simmer for a bit. Chuck on the barometric altitude hold, not the radar alt. Oh, I know where I am. I overflew that yesterday. Okay, yeah, we're... Like, Vegas is going to be out in front of us somewhere. We might not head there directly, but we will pass close enough to see it when we get nearby. I think it probably is fighting back the turbulence a bit. Yeah, you can see the tail moving. It's very small movements, but you can just see it. Looks like it's all in pitch, though. It doesn't look like the rudder's doing anything. Now, one thing I have noticed in MSFS, there's our sonic boom, is that contrails don't seem to have a limiting altitude. I think they do change where they start to form, but I don't think I've ever been above cons in this sim. Or at least not that I've noticed. Maybe in the Dark Star, but I don't know if the Dark Star even generates contrails because I haven't checked. They're also kind of shitty, flat textures, as you can see. So I think the cons need more work, particularly since they're going to be so important for guys flying airliners and shit. I don't think they network sync yet. I think they're still having issues getting that to work. So I think perhaps that should be a priority in the coming sim updates, getting more out of the contrails, getting them network synced, getting them on AI aircraft, and getting them to actually, you know, fully respond to the atmosphere, not just have the moving lower layer and then they go all the way up, basically. Like, I did a few flights in the Starfighter where I did a jump up to 120,000-ish, 110, 120, and I was still conning it, like, 100,000 feet, which strikes me as not really a thing. Oh, although maybe it should, because the engine still runs. The engines in this, at least in the planes that I've been able to get up to high altitude with, they don't flame out when you get really high up. In DCS, you typically run into oxygen starvation for the full fidelity stuff. For the Flaming Cliff stuff, you don't. But in this sim, I've never had an engine flame out from oxygen starvation yet. So I don't know if it's modeled. I don't think it is. So maybe that's why. Maybe it's because the engines are actually running here, whereas in DCS and in real life they wouldn't be. But, I mean, even then, normally you can get above cons on the right day, like up to about 50, 60,000, you're above cons, regardless whether your engine's running or not, so I think that does need some adjustment. HSI data AC. Wind speed, 86 knots from 290. So we got a tailwind. A very strong tailwind. Yeah, looks like the ailerons are moving a little as well. When you're up at very high altitudes like this in the sim, you do tend to get quite a bit of wing rocking because the winds up here do tend to be quite strong. That is something that I did notice back when I used to fly the Lightning add-on in FSX, was it would do something similar. Yeah, it's pretty fast. It's mostly coming from behind us though, so that's a plus. Behind and slightly left quartering. Look at this. This is just, I don't know, something about this, something about how, like, desolate and peaceful this is, just does it for me. Makes me want to go watch No Country for Old Men again. It does, yes, it does. In fact, I'm going to come out of burner because I am cooking through my fuel like crazy. This will hit, like I said, about 1.6, maybe 1.6 something. I think 1.63 is the fastest I've ever seen out of it. Level, that is. Obviously, in a dive, you can get faster. Which seems pretty close for a Super Hornet. Clean. I think a clean Super Hornet should do about 1.6. Yeah, it is a bit like the DCS-29 autopilot, isn't it? I wouldn't be surprised if it doesn't use similar logic. Yeah, you get different G limits. So you got, like, just a normal pilot, like a normal GA pilot. You get I think, like a aerobatic pilot, and then a fighter jet pilot. And you also have an option for the G-suit. Max speed's achieved at 36,000 feet. I think that's where I tested it. It was about 1.63 or something. So once we get a bit closer, because we are headed more or less towards Vegas. Once we get a bit closer, we should start seeing Lake Mead. We might be a little... Oh, hello. I think that's it. That's Vegas. That's Lake Mead. I think. I'm not 100%, but I think. It looks familiar anyway. So... let's go ahead and tap off the autopilot. Let's make sure it actually disconnected. And let's head over there. We are, by the way, we're super cruising at the moment, but we're, like, it's because we're still decelerating. So, once you come out of burner in the clean Super Hornet in this sim, especially if you had some speed going, it takes a while to slow down. So I could pop out my brakes and that would, oh yeah, there's traffic down there. Let's go say hello. I could pop out my brakes and it would slow me down faster, but if you just let the speed bleed off, like, sort of naturally, it takes a while. Which I feel is probably not 100% right. Like, the Hornet's a fucking drag monster, that's why it's so slow. So I'm not sure if it should take that long to decelerate from Supersonic once the afterburners go out. We're going to be overhauling this guy significantly, so let's pop the brakes. You can see on the Super Hornet they've been moved there to the leading edge route extensions. Pop-in in MSFS is still an issue, particularly multiplayer. Not just the actual physical model of the aircraft, but the nav lights. The pop-in is quite vicious. So, I was trying to do a night VFR flight with some of the guys from CCM's Discord after the, it was Game 2 between the Oilers and the Flames. And, it was very hard to try and stay in a group because every time you got close to forming up on someone's wing, their lights would wink out of existence. Can they see me? If that's a human player and they're set to multiplayer, then yeah, they can see me. Ah, I can't see them though. Interesting. Ghost plane. Might be my, so I have a model matching mod for airliners and shit. It might be missing one. The airspace is haunted. Mark 0.82 for our best endurance, so we're a little slow. Yeah, we're doing pretty well on fuel. As long as I don't hog the burner much more. Mark 2 plus MiG-23B handling is on in these skies. What a waste of a general, man. What a waste of an experienced fucking fighter pilot. It just goes to show you, no matter how good you are, or how much experience you have, or how many planes you shot down in Vietnam, this can kill you in an instant. It's always worth bearing in mind that flying can kill you in a fucking instant. Doesn't matter how good you think you are. I mean, have they actually issued a statement on what it was that got Snort yet? Last I heard, it sounded like it was CG shift, because when he took off, something slid aft and the plane just went... but, you know, that man flew the wings off the Tomcat, so you would think, oh, he would have no issues handling a little civvy plane, but that's what got him in the end. Another person down there. I don't know, I could turn labels on and we'd see, I guess. If the labels decide to come up. Sometimes they're a little temperamental. So that's an AI flight. Delta Airlines, flight 1134. Might give her a little more beans. Prefer the DCS Hornets radio and fuel gauges? Yeah, me too. I much prefer the older style ones. I mean, obviously, you guys know what I'm like, but yeah, I don't like this touchscreen nonsense. Like, all you've done is you've got the same, like, it's the same fucking interface. It's just you have no tactile feedback, and it's hard to see when the sun glares on the screen. So it's literally worse. Like, you've literally made it worse. Well done. I don't understand the logic behind it, to be honest. Oh man, it's making me want to watch No Country for Old Men and replay Fallout New Vegas. So we're a bit south. The actual city will be off to our left there. Because there's Lake Mead. The Hoover Dam will be right about there. Yeah, that's Las Vegas in that sort of valley there. You can just see the edge of the city, actually, from where we are. And then Groom Lake will be up about there. Tonopah is up about there. Let's plug in the burner again, just to get some airspeed back. I haven't done anything silly like leave my brakes out, have I? No, I haven't. Okay, good. Full modern car manufacturer mode, screen equals good, yeah. To be fair, though, they're not the only ones doing it. Hey, man. I don't know. Maybe. I got out of work a little later than I'd hoped today, so maybe not. There's always tomorrow, though. Supersonic bomber for this? Oh, yes. Yes. Somebody, give me a vigilante. Give me a vigilante. Or the original 222. Or a fucking hustler. Oh, God, give me a B-58. Oh, please. Please give me a B-58. Milviz, as far as I'm aware, are working on an SR-71. Not a bomber, but supersonic very much so. So that'll be nice. Okay, we're up around 0.9. I'm gonna... Am I still in min burner? Kind of hard to tell where the burner cutout is. Yeah, I'm in min burner. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Fuel's still looking okay. Should implement dogfighting. Unfortunately, they're trying to keep it all, like, family-friendly and shit. So, I don't think they'll ever do that. Not with this sim. They might maybe do a spin-off combat flight sim, which is what I'm hoping, but they won't add it to this sim. As it stands now, if you upload a plane to the marketplace, it can't have weapons of any sort. It can't even have, like, cosmetic weapons. So, for instance, things like the Newport 17, if you get the marketplace version, it doesn't have any machine guns on it. If you get the version off Big Radial's site, it has a Lewis gun. Likewise, things like the Corsair, if you get them off the marketplace, they don't have any functional weapons. If you get it off the Milviz site, or off another third-party store, it does actually have weapons. They're just cosmetic. I think there are a few modules that have weapons that actually create explosion effects, but, you know, it's not DCS, and it never is going to be, unfortunately. So yeah, there's Las Vegas down there. There's Boulder Airport right there. So that's Boulder. That's an interesting one to land at because it's like on the side of a hill. The whole airport is sloping. The taxiways are sloping. The parking areas are sloping. The runway is sloping. I think it's like that in DCS too. I'm pretty sure in real life it is built on the side of a fucking hill. Because in both sims it is very much on the side of a slope. Hoping for another combat flight sim. You think it'll eventually happen? Fingers crossed. Yeah, I mean, I think the incentive is there to do it. I think the technology is there to do it. It's just, is the will there to do it? On the other hand, and as I've said particularly in Enigma's Discord lately, but as I've also said on stream before, there's a lot of DCS players on the hopium for meta NOR. That's an industry sim, my dudes. That is an industry sim. It's a long way out. It's not going to be very fully fledged in terms of features. It's going to be industry prices because it is an industry sim. It's a framework more than anything. Like, if you're hoping that meta NOR is going to be a DCS killer, good luck. You're barking up entirely the wrong tree there. That's like I've made this illusion before, but if you guys are familiar with the way that Blue Drake would make a video every time some company released a tech demo, you know, global scale infantry vehicle and aviation simulator, like Armor but global scale, he would do a video like, oh my god, it's the best mil sim ever, and then it's like, never gonna happen because they're all tech demos. Or people that think that, you know, oh, wouldn't it be cool if we had access to VBS instead of just normal Civi market armor? No, you don't want access to VBS, trust me on that. VBS is not what milsim gamers think it is. Not even close. So, are there G-lock effects? Well, let's get the burner going in a dive, and I'll show you. Make sure your throttle is all the way forwards when you enable it. If you press that button, you should see the nozzles fully open like they are there. You should hear the engines get louder, and you should be able to tell you're accelerating. And then if you go external view, you'll see the actual, the afterburner plumes. So we are in a Hornet, so it's not going to let me pull too hard. I don't think this simulates a paddle switch. We're actually overspeeding a bit here. We might need to use the F-35 to do it, because I think the Hornet's limiters are going to stop me. But you can G-lock and you can red out as well. I did both last night. So, for instance, I've got the engines throttled all the way up, and now I'm going to press the button, and there you go. That means the burners are on. And you can see the plumes there. but I am using a single throttle for both engines at the moment, so I don't know if it works with, like, maybe with if you have two throttles bound, one per engine, maybe it's a bit different, but the way I've got it bound up, it works all right. There's plenty of airports around me. I'm not worried that much about fuel. I remember. Obviously, the world scale's different, but I remember in New Vegas with the New Vegas Bounties mod, which I highly recommend, by the way. There's a mission out here. There's like a big bunker complex right about where I'm looking, actually. The other thing is, and as I said before, the afterburner toggle button, there's only a few jets that should have that. Like the F-18, you push it through. Now, to be fair, there is a lift gate. You have to lift the throttles over to get into the afterburner part of the throttle range, but I don't know. Obviously, I'm a DCS player, so I don't like having to do shit like press buttons to go into burner if I don't have to. But I feel like making it so you have to bind something to actually lift the throttle through that gate is kind of annoying. Especially if you're someone like me who has a throttle that already has a detent there that I have to push through. You know, if this was DCS, I'd say that should be a thing you can disable in the special options for the aircraft, but this isn't DCS and we don't have per aircraft bindings or per aircraft options, unfortunately. I think this sim would benefit greatly from them. I think probably more even than DCS, this sim would benefit from them. Because all the different third-party aircraft, like, there's so many non-standard bindings and stuff. It would be an enormous help to be able to set stuff up per aircraft. But DCS is, to this day, the only sim that I've really ever seen do that. Let alone do it well. More traffic up there. Turn around before we go too far out into the sticks there. 2.4 fuel now. Got a little airstrip down there. And I stand corrected as well. That New Vegas Bounties mission was further south. It was near Boulder somewhere. I really need to reinstall that game because I broke my install. Too many mods, as usual. And it's so fucked up that not even deleting all the mods fixed it. I had to delete all the mods and reinstall it, and it still isn't working, so I might just wipe the whole thing and try again. I'm eagerly awaiting the Fallout 4 New Vegas mod, which is, for those who aren't aware, it's looking really impressive. It's a total conversion of Fallout 4 to Fallout New Vegas, but they're keeping in the spirit of the original game, but they're also making a few tweaks to improve gameplay here and there. Obviously, the graphics are being improved considerably. It looks fucking gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Like, it actually looks better than Fallout 4 did. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on that. It's probably not going to be out for another 5 years minimum because it's a massive project and it's modders that are doing it, but really impressive. And when that comes out, you'll probably not get me off the computer for like at least a month. I was also watching a documentary, while we're here, I was watching a documentary a while ago about a new water pipe that they were sinking because Lake Mead is draining off enough that it's starting to expose the water intakes at Hoover Dam. And so to make sure they're still able to draw water from it, they dug a shaft down from near Boulder and then dug outwards under Lake Mead and then popped up under the bottom of it. It was quite interesting seeing how they did it, because obviously you can't just, you know, dig a tunnel and punch a hole through and hope nothing goes wrong, right? It'll flood quite fast. What we might do is we might set down, just because we are getting pretty low on fuel, we might set down here. We'll land at maybe McCarran, and we'll pick up some more fuel, and we'll continue our flight. Lake Mead. I don't know, have they been finding dead bodies in Lake Mead recently? I hope not. That would be very not good. Smoking tires. I really don't like Navy landings. I find it very hard to force myself to do them, even on the boat. We're pretty fast here. Let's wait for the E-bracket to slowly slide into place. We've got an airliner or something down there ahead of us. Probably should have come in closer before starting the approach. It's going to take ages. Did not think this through. I'm also not entirely sure that's a runway I'm aimed at. That might be a taxiway. We might be doing a Harrison Ford here. Let's give her a little bit of right boot. Just to slide over to the one I know is a runway. And hopefully that airliner or bizjet or whatever it was will be out of the way by the time we get to the threshold. It does super, but it feels like it gives me a little more help in keeping the E-bracket in the right place. Like, I still don't like it. Like, I still really don't like this landing system, but it feels a little less counterintuitive to me than the DCS one. I don't know if it's giving me some assistance here the DCS Hornet doesn't, or what. It could well be, since this is a, you know, a Super Hornet versus a Legacy. We've also got that wind to contend with. That was a runway I was lined up on, so I freaked out for nothing. We got a pretty long displaced threshold on the one we're going for, which is good, because it's going to give me some... Don't forget your tail hook. Yeah, I know, right? Nah, we'll be alright. Somebody landing down there on the other runway, see that? It's pretty cool to see. One wheel Willie. Oh shit. I would like some nose wheel steering, please, so I don't go straight off the runway. Yeah, I still don't like the Hornet's landing system. It feels very odd to me, and it makes it much more difficult for me to actually get the aircraft on the runway safely, because I'm trying to second guess what the plane's doing. Go ahead and go half flap, and we'll reset the takeoff trim. Frames around Las Vegas itself, like around the center of the city, are a bit low. So apologies in advance for that. Spirit. Isn't Ryanair blue and white? I can't remember. Oh, there's a fuel bowser right there. Fuck it, we'll just use that one. Easy. I am aware. Is that Qantas in front of us? That looks like a Qantas tail. Might not be though. Be a bit out of place if it was. Okay, we need to come around next to that, I think. The differential braking trying to use toe brakes to steer in this is basically not a thing, which is something I've noticed of a lot of the vanilla aircraft and also a lot of third-party stuff. Okay, it's not gonna... Oh, no, there we go. It did let us refuel from that far away. Okay, now we are full again. Magic. Yeah, I know, Super. Sorry about that, man. I know streams have been pretty thin on the ground lately. I've been so busy with work. I haven't really had the time. I slept in on Monday, so I'd missed the armor mission just because I was too tired. I knew I was going to die at work if I didn't get some sleep. So there wasn't a stream for that, and I did want to do one over the weekend, but I just did not have time. I spent Saturday playing games with my sister and her boyfriend, a bunch of her friends, which was fun. I actually, oh, what was that? That was my alerts not working, apparently. Thank you for whoever just pressed a button. I need to quickly fix something up here. I played 7 Days to Die for the first time in, like, I don't know, 10 years, and I'm impressed by how far that game has come. I might actually have to start playing it more often. It looks pretty good. Jinx! Thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. The Twitch app is very temperamental, and that's what I'm using to see who does what, alert-wise. So a few of the liveries will be out of place, because the matching mod I'm using isn't perfect, but it's pretty close. It usually gets the airborne stuff right, it doesn't always get the ramps right. Actually, South America is one place where it did get a lot of stuff right, like when I was flying around Brazil. I had a lot of South American airlines there and not much else. So there's been a bit of a shift at 345th at the moment. Brent had some personal stuff and stepped down from leadership for the time being. Don't know if he'll be coming back or not. So the campaign that he was going to run is on hold indefinitely. Grim is still running his mini campaign he was doing. I think he's turning it into something approaching a full campaign. But yeah, I don't know if there'll be more Reforger stuff. Oh, hey, Alitalia. I recognize that livery. I haven't flown on one of them since I was about 7 years old. In fact, I think the last time I flew on a fucking MD-80, I'm pretty sure was a Alitalia one. Bankrupt? Oh, again? How many times is that? Been quite enjoying Reforger when it works. I haven't been playing it that much, to be honest. Just haven't really had time, I guess. What the fuck is that? That looks like a sick fucking ski jump. Oh, bros, I'm so tempted. It probably doesn't have collision, though. It's like a demolition site? Like they're demolishing one of the old terminal buildings or something? Actually, yeah, that is the old terminal, isn't it? I think that's what that is. Anyway, let's get back on the actual taxiway here. The 104 is still buggy because of the Sim Update 9. Like, the fuel burn rates are completely fucking hosed. The engine modeling's a bit iffy as well. Hopefully they'll fix it sometime soon, but I don't know when that's going to happen. Oh, we're going to take off with the tailwind. Oopsies, I should have thought about that. Mind you, Those airliners have been landing with tailwind, so I'm sure it'll be fine. Make sure you look both ways before you turn onto the runway, so you don't get fucking splattered by a 7-4. Okay, we're half flap. Everything's on that needs to be. Takeoff trim should have been reset, although who knows if it actually worked properly. There's somebody coming the other way. This is totally safe. Totally safe. There we go. And I forgot the afterburner again, so we had a really long takeoff roll. I'm just so used to not having to press a button for it. We'll engage it now. Flaps up. There's the strip. You know what? Kinda have to, since we're here. Kinda have to. Come on. It doesn't like hard turns at low speed. It dumps the speed immediately. Like, instantly, almost. And then it struggles to get it back. Quite a bit different than DCS in that regard. And it does not turn well at high speed. Like, it just has terrible nose authority at high speed. Not a great time for my frame rate to take a shit. Definitely not a great time for the frame rate to take a shit. Jesus Christ. I would do this more often if I could do it without worrying about my PC stuttering. It's a little better off stream, but it still does it. Alright, so let's head back towards the dam. Stay nice and low. So the reason why Vegas tends to chug is because it's basically all photogrammetry. As far down as the end of the strip, then it turns back into autogen. But all this... actually, this is autogen here. So the photogrammetry ended just by the end of the runway, by the looks of it. Pretty much at the end of the runway. Which is not bad. Need to de-seasickify the camera. There we go. Wish there was a way to lock the camera to... Well, there probably is a way to lock it to the horizon, but like an easy way to do it, because it tends to get very skewy after some hard maneuvers. Yeah, it's really close, for sure. This is, we're back into photogrammetry here, which is interesting. So you got patches of photogrammetry and autogen all around Vegas, which I find very interesting. Oof. Yeah, I've got to say, it's been a while since I've seen somebody really commit to such a stupid fucking idea so fully. Genuinely impressive. Genuinely fucking impressive. So here's Boulder Airport. Like I said, it's built on a bit of a slope, which you can kind of see here, to be honest. Sniff it! Hey, cheers for the sub, man. Good to see ya. Sunk cost fallacy on an impressive scale, yeah, fucking really. You can also see here that power lines mod that CCM put me onto, which has come in absolute clutch on making me shit myself on bad weather approaches. In fact, doing the transcontinental challenge that for the Top Gun thing, you will shit yourself with that mod because there is a very tall, like very high voltage transmission line, bigger than these ones, that runs straight across the approach to Cape Canaveral. And if you're not paying fucking attention, you'll end up in it. Why, you might ask, why are there so many power lines here in the desert? Well, it's almost like there's a major piece of national-scale electrical generating infrastructure right next to us. The mod's on fs.to, just search for power lines. And we're currently buzzing around Lake Mead, so we should see the Hoover Dam in all its glory in just a moment here. Hey, thanks for gifting that sub, man. Appreciate it. There we go. You see the drum gates that lead into the spillways there? Let's not fly into terrain. I've always wanted to see Hoover Dam in person, like such a big fucking thing like this. It's one of these things that it both fascinates and terrifies me, because like those of you who've been around a while, particularly if you saw me streaming Black Mesa, you know I've got a phobia of underwater objects, especially drain holes. Well, drain holes don't get much bigger than those, but they fascinate me at the same time. Like I want to see this up close. I'll just have to wear dark-coloured trousers when I do it. Now, I don't remember if the bridge here has proper collision geometry, or if it'll murder me if I try and fly under it. So we're not going to try fly under it as much as I'd like to, just because I don't know if it actually is going to work or not. But you can see it's pretty impressive. I don't remember if this is default scenery or a mod. I think this might be a mod. Yeah, it was built in the 1930s. 1920s and 30s. I mean, I'm glad it was built that long ago, because it means it was fucking engineered to last. Back before the days of planned obsolescence. So we could fly to Groom Lake, but we've been to Groom Lake enough times, and we're gonna probably be there again later in the Dark Star. So let's not go to Groom Lake. Let's actually, maybe follow the river a bit. To retrim the aircraft here, because I kind of don't want to be climbing this much. Yeah, like you... Particularly with things like earthen dams, I mean with the concrete dams it's a little easier to tell, but with the earthen dams they're so thick, there's so much mass in them, those things take a lot to give way. Like you really need something big to make them give way. Well-engineered dams are pretty tough to break. Speaking of which, fucking beaver dams are very well fucking engineered. You just about need well, you do need explosives to clear those things up. Back when my dad was a kid, he would play with the explosives that they would use to shift beaver dams, because my family have no self-preservation instincts, apparently. And he'd use it to build, like, little marble cannons and shit. I'm in a Hornet, a Super Hornet at that, so I'm just going to take my feet off the pedals, because I don't really need them there, to be honest. Like, really don't. Also going to dial the power back a tad. I don't really need to be doing 0.95, and it's going to chew through my fuel too quickly. It dams out of trees up here, and the idea was to later float these logs downstream when they were done with the dam. Failed to do this for some or any of them, and they're getting dangerous now, so they need to be removed. Ooh. Yeah, that doesn't sound like the greatest idea. I mean, that sounds like the kind of idea they would have had 50 or 100 years ago, but it doesn't sound like a very good one. So many different colours out here. It's always shat me when people insist that deserts are just brown. Like, not really. I mean, your stereotypical kind of... Even your Egyptian, Libyan type of desert, like the Great Sand Sea, for instance, even that's not just brown. There's red, there's grey, black. Like, you get all kinds of colours in a desert. They're beautiful. We are kind of going through the fuel pretty quick. Might need to do another stopover somewhere. I was actually thinking of just going for the Glen Canyon Dam. I'm not sure if we're actually following the right river for that. I don't think we are. But I'm not even sure if we'd have the fuel for it if we did try it. I did do a flight. Some of you might remember it. I did a flight in one of the Texans, one of the racing Texans, from the Glen Canyon Dam or thereabouts. And I landed at the near the Grand Canyon Airport, like the little town that's officially the Grand Canyon. I landed there in a field, which was not the bush strip that I was planning on landing on. It was actually just a random field. Because it turns out, unprepared, or not unprepared, but unmarked bush strips are really fucking hard to find from the air. Like, the one I was looking for was basically just a clearing in some trees, and I found a clearing in some trees. It just happened to be the wrong one. I was about 5 miles off. A little town down here. They do have an airfield. A lot of these little communities in the desert do have airstrips or full-blown airfields like that. Because it's really the best way to get people in and out quickly. So nice and peaceful flying out here. There's a channel on Twitch, Chillhop Airlines, that is basically just a constantly running stream of music coupled with cinematic shots of this sim. It works really well, actually. It's really good to just vibe to. Like, if I've got shit to do, just throw that on and get to it. Hey, Josh. Oh, here we go. We got a road to follow. Hornet's not going to make that turn. So it doesn't really give you great nose authority right away, I've noticed. And the limiter is quite strict. It won't even let you get to 7G a lot of the time, let alone past 7.5. Yeah, I've heard about that. There's a whole series of ones that they did here. I think it was on SBS that broadcast it. Usually SBS broadcasts this kind of stuff. Where they had, like, the Trans-Siberian Railway. It was just that. Which I'll have to try and catch sometime. See if they've got it on SBS On Demand or something. We'll take the left fork here, since that one actually looks like it runs through some canyons. Or might run through some canyons further down. Yeah, exactly. We've got a decent-sized town here. I'm not entirely sure where this is. Although, Actually, I have a suspicion this might be St. George. Is that the airport? That is the airport. Yeah, this is St. George. Okay, we're in Utah now. We're in the southern tip of Utah. So this town exists in DCS NTTR. The airport doesn't. The airport there is there as a texture. You can see a blurry runway texture, but it's not an actual active airport. And the city is about half 3D in DCS, and the other half is just really blurry satellite imagery. Oh, what the fuck? They got a second airport here? When did that happen? That doesn't exist in DCS, I can tell you that right now. That looks like a fucking air base, not an airport. But yeah, I'm like 90% certain this is St. George. It's going alright. Have you seen the Top Gun movie yet? Not yet. Probably going to go see it tomorrow. Unless my parents get snowed in, because they were going to take all of us to go see it. Look at the fucking scenery around here. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We're going okay on fuel. We're still 8.4. Well, 8,400 pounds. So we can keep flying for a bit. Big one's apparently the new regional airport. The other one shows X'd out runway markings on Google Maps. Guess they closed it. I mean, I can understand why. It seems like it might be a little dangerous, especially in bad visibility or bad weather. Considering the entire thing's on a fucking plateau above the rest of the city. Cool as fuck airport, though. I need to do some landings there sometime in the sim. Maybe take like a little puddle jumper there and do it. Thought I get triggered at things, but it was pretty cool. Yeah, I kind of expect to be triggered by things, but apparently it's not that triggering, so who knows? Maybe I'll actually enjoy it. Okay, we're going to follow that road, because following major roads is a good way to find airports, if all else fails. That's going to take us north-northeast. So yeah, we're going to be well and truly into Utah. We'll find somewhere to set down. Actually, you know what? No, I think they do have Contrails sync over network. Maybe not. I swear I saw... Because I'm thinking now. I swear at one point I saw another aircraft conning behind me. And it wasn't another player, it was an AI, I think. So maybe they did add it? Maybe I'm just not seeing it today or something? I don't know. Whoa, we're getting some bumps here. Pretty rough terrain under us, which is probably why. Mountains plus thermals. So after this, just a demo that you can get G-Lock and stuff. We'll try it in a default plane, or like I guess the extra 300. I haven't bought the Sukhoi 31 yet. I probably will. So we'll try it with the extra 300. That should let us pull enough G. And I know the F-35 lets you do it, but I'm not sure if the F-35 effects are default to the sim or if they're custom done. Because if they're custom done, then it'll be obviously different. The issue with the Hornet is, because I can't pull the limiter, at least as far as I can tell in this, I can't pull enough G to G-lock myself. On the other hand, can I red myself out? Let's find out. Should be reading out. Okay, let's try something very silly. Basically an outside loop. Oh, there it is. There it is. There's the red out. So you can red yourself out. It just doesn't seem to want to do it from flying inverted. Oh, how's that for a view? How is that for a view? Yeah, I'm holding out hope that they see the success of this sim and they decide, hey, you know what? We should make another combat flight sim series using the technology from this. That would be fucking amazing. Numbers on HUD looks chunky. It's probably because the brightness is turned up. Let me turn it down a bit. It is a little chunky. When you turn the brightness down, it's a little better though. Really need a 23 in here for constant peg stuff. I would love to have a 23 in this sim. I mean, I'd love to have any Soviet military aviation in this sim, but especially a 23. A 23 would be so much fun to just rip around the sky in. Is this... fuck, what's the name of it? Cedar City? I think this is Cedar City. This is, in DCS, this is kind of on the edge of the satellite imagery. So it exists as like a really blurry texture, but it's not, there's no 3D here in DCS, and certainly no active airfields. Oh, that is gorgeous. God damn it. Look at that. So yeah, in case anyone was wondering why I have a sudden thing for the southwest of the US, this is why. I've been flying around it in the sim, mostly in the F-104, and I can't get enough of it. It's so beautiful out here. £7,400 of fuel. I saw up there traffic. Tempted to go for a sprint and catch up with them, but I don't really have that much fuel. Actually, I did also want to check out the afterburner plumes from this at night. So that might be something we can do. There's a airport down there. How about we land down there? We'll just make sure it is actually... Yeah, we could probably get the Hornet down on that. I don't know if it'd stop in time, though, because the brakes are so bad. We'll land on that, and we'll just fast forward to night so we can see what the burner plume looks like. Then we might start a new flight. I'm not too concerned about getting on speed just yet, because we're still way too close and way too high. Okay, now we'll start turning. It seems like it's pretty close, but it has seemed like it's been pretty close for a couple months now. So there's videos starting to come out, but they're quite slow, and as far as I can tell, they've still got stuff to finish before it releases. So it seems like they're very much kind of on the hop with development. The MB339 should be out pretty soon, as far as I can tell. Yeah. So the F-15E is probably pretty close too. Not super close, because I mean, it's a much more complex aircraft, but there's videos starting to come out, so it can't be, like, too far out, surely. I think a lot of things were meant to be out yonks ago that just haven't happened yet. You take off from Lemoore? No, originally I took off from Point Magoo. Then we flew to, Vegas from Point Magoo. We stopped off at McCarran to refuel. And now we're landing at whatever the next settlement up from Cedar City is. So we're in Utah at the moment. Swing by Lemoore if you can. Do you happen to know what the ICAO code for it is? Do a quick flight there. So I do need to do one in the 35 to test out the... Or, no, one in the extra to test out the effects from that. The red-out effect we saw in this looks very similar to what I saw in the F-35, so I think the F-35 is using the default effects for it. KNLC. So we're gonna... Once we land here, we're gonna quickly top off the fuel. We're gonna fast-forward it tonight, because I want to see what the burner plumes look like in the dark. And then we're going to re-land it. Actually, we don't even really need to top off the fuel, because we've got that much still on board. It's enough for a couple circuits, I think. But yeah, we'll do that, and then we'll re-land it, and we'll hop over there in the extra. Because if anything lets us black ourselves out, it should be the extra. Although, no, it might not get fast enough. The extra might not be fast enough, now I think about it. Because I'm using the Jet Pilot G tolerance, and I've also got the suit on. So the extra might not cut it. That is a really short runway, so we're going to tickle the air brakes. Not that much air brake. Jesus. That's a really narrow runway. That is a really narrow runway. I thought I was way higher than I was. So I could have changed it to night in the air, because, you know, live weather, but I like doing it on the ground, because my immersion. It's pretty much no wind here, so we can just turn around and take off from this end. I was going to taxi all the way back down, but we don't need to. Remembering before, on the way into Las Vegas, we had a fucking nearly 90 knot westerly at high altitude, and down here, nothing. It's absolutely still. Maybe gust to 3 knots if we're lucky. Honestly, I understand why they do it, because, like, 12-year-olds will get on and fuck shit up, but there are so many rules and regulations and no fun allowed things on VATSIM, I don't think I'll ever fly it, which is a shame. Because I would dearly love to have my Su-15 and then intercept guys on VATSIM who are fucking up their nav, but I would probably get banned immediately for doing that. Hi, Al. Oh, I wonder what they'd say if they saw you up at 112,000 feet or something in a fucking F-104. I mean, you can do 150. I had the Dark Star up to 160 earlier. But yeah, like, you can do 112 in the F-104 with a good zoom climb. Alright, let's go ahead and... Now it's dark. Possibly a little too dark, because I want to actually see where I'm going. You know what? I'm sure it'll be fine. Fuck it. Let me just unseasick the camera. Oh. Oh. I forgot to reset my takeoff trim. It's alright. It's alright. Okay. Get the flaps in, keep the climb up, because there is terrain around here. Yep, the shock diamond's the proper geometry. That is some good shit right there. That is some good shit. I like it. Well done, Asobo. Well done. It's what it's supposed to look like. Alright, now we're coming out of burner. And let's see if we can find the airfield again without smacking into a mountain. Yeah, I can see it. There's another airfield further out. That'll be Cedar City, which is a longer runway, to be fair. Canopy bow's getting in my face. I can't see where I'm going. There it is. The night-day switch doesn't work. I've just got to use the brightness knob. It's kind of annoying. That'll do for now. Hang on, I'm having a bit of an issue here with my setup. Namely, the stick base has slipped out from under my throttle and it's sliding around my desk. That's the AOA brightness, that's why. It's dialing up the brightness on the wrong light. There we are. Now we'll be fine. We'll be fine. What I might do once I land as well is shift myself over a little more to the left so I can actually read chat, because the top of my stick is directly in front of you guys. I can't see what you're saying unless I lean around it. Hey, Brazen. How many hours a week? It's mixed. So on paper, 24. In practice, like close to 30. So I'm gonna see if I can try and do something about that, because it's like the money's nice, but I have no time to do anything else. Because all my time outside work is either editing through shit from the previous stream or streaming. That's not really very good for me. And I don't need, you know, nearly full-time hours to survive. I can live off 18, 20 hours a week and still have money left over to save. Just double check the gears down. Always helpful. I mean, if I was flying it in DCS, it'd be yelling at me a lot more than it yells at Palm, I think. Just flying around at the moment. We might do the transcontinental flight later, but for the moment I'm just pretty much mucking around. I want to show off some of the nice little effects that they've added with this, some of which DCS still lacks. Okay, there's a taxiway. Yeah, it's really nice. You know, some of the vanilla aircraft still need work. Some of the third-party stuff is, you know, like there's some amazing third-party stuff and some basically a scam third-party stuff, but if you pick up the right modules for this sim, it's fucking amazing. And it's kind of funny, you know, watching DCS players insist that, no, DCS weather's good enough. No, this sim's not a real flight sim. Like, the flight models, no, like, nothing's, like, no, this is... If you have the right aircraft in this is as close as you're gonna get. I might not be a high hours pilot, but I have flown enough to say this sim is the closest I've ever been to how I felt when I was flying for real. Like, it has actual turbulence. It has turbulence where I expect there to be turbulence. Like, the aircraft has a certain feeling of weight and inertia to it, especially some of the civvy planes with shittier, heavier controls. Like, the Jabiru for this is not quite one-to-one the real thing, obviously, but it's pretty fucking close. It's close enough that my muscle memory from the real plane works pretty well in the sim. Now, having said that, don't apply that the other way. Don't think just because you can fly something in this sim, you can fly it in real life. That's not a good plan. And please don't think that that's what I'm telling you here. Yeah, like, particularly flying around mountains or in hot weather, it's just amazing. And that's something you do not get in DCS. I need to figure out a better solution to stop my stick from fucking sliding around my desk. Move the whole thing left a bit. I wonder... Because I've still got my phone as well, which I use for alerts, because they won't come up on the chat bot. But it's going to sit on my keyboard and rest on a couple keys there if I leave it like that, I think. We'll see how we go. It might be pressing those keys too hard. Okay. So let's... I'm not going to shut the aircraft down. I can't be asked. We'll just go back to the menu. I need to start putting together a list for what to buy, I think, because I've got certain modules that I will recommend to people immediately, like the Boeing 247, the DC-6. The Connie, I think I would recommend. It still needs some work, but it's getting there. Stuff like that, the Milviz 310, those are all insta-buys. The Coronado 337, like, I need to put together a list, because there is a lot of stuff that I will recommend to people without reservation, or with very few reservations. So what was the airport code that we were gonna... KNLC. The ravioli's fucking fantastic. Hey Gerbil, in the UK right now. My condolences. Honestly, no, I'm jealous. I would love to visit the UK again. I miss it. I've already forgotten. It was KNLC, right? Yes, it is. Let's go from here. We'll try it first with the extra, but I'm not sure that's going to let me get enough speed to really put myself through the ringer. And the ravioli doesn't have the G tolerance. That thing will stall if I pull hard enough to black out. Where is the extra? I probably scrolled past it. It's probably up near the... Oh, no. Hang on. Have I scrolled past it? I have a few. Some of them are freeware, most of them are payware. Like, this is freeware. I haven't flown it yet. I think it's up near the top. The Robinson, it's a mod. It's free. But it needs an external app to run the flight model, and the flight model is so-so. Helicopters in this sim at the moment are still kind of very primitive. There is, I think, a payware one, which looks okay, but from what I have seen of the flight dynamics, it still needs some work. In search a plane, you're right, I can. But I'll scroll through, because I like looking at my list of planes. There it is, we did go past it. Stick with this one. Weight and balance, we'll just go with half fuel. What keeps gliding on your desk? So I've got a Virpil Constellation Alpha stick on a Warbird base, but it's not mounted to anything. I don't have any desk mounts. So it just sits on my desktop, and if I pull the stick hard enough, it slides off the desk. So I've got my button box sitting on top of half of the base just to try and hold it down. Is there an SR-71? Not yet, but it's coming. Milviz are making one. And Milviz are doing pretty well on modules, so it should be good. Yeah, the Dark Star is interesting to fly. I've done a couple flights in it so far. Okay, we can get rid of the light. It's not that dark. Battery alternator will stay off till the engine's running. Boost pump. Why are there switches for my pedals? That's very weird. Avionics won't come on until the engine's running. We need to unhook that. That's my prop. Throttle stays where it is. Mixture goes fully in for full rich. That started without much argument. Okay, alternators. Go to auto. Let's put us... actually, whoops, not the boost pump. Let's turn the strobe off. Landing light for visibility. Nav light. Avionics can come on. What else have we got to play with here? That's the ELT. We don't want to press that. Look at the top. Bro, look at this stick. What the fuck? That is an interesting stick. That is a very interesting stick design. Then what have we got down here? That's my fuel selector valve. Should be on the center tank by the looks of it. Which is what we wanted on. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I'm probably going to be seeing it tomorrow. Do we have cockpit lighting in this? Probably not, because it's probably a fucking day VFR only. What's that? Oh, that's the ICS. Music volume? You can play music to yourself in this thing? Damn, son. I think you can in the Mooney as well. The Mooney has a switch for music. Now, where is my parking brake? What's that? Oh my... What the fuck? There's shit there. Water and something else? Is that water or heater? It's probably heater, right? Yeah, heater. That's what it is. Parking brake, I'd expect to be down low somewhere. That's my throttle cable, or throttle rod, I should say. It's my canopy lock, can't do anything with it. Hey, Brazen. She's for Prime Sub, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, so I'm probably going to go see it tomorrow, but... My parents are going to come down and take me and my sister to see it, but I don't know if they're going to get here because they're snowed in. So unless it melts by tomorrow, I might not be seeing it with them. I do have a bind for parking brake, it's just it's unreliable, so I have an issue with MSFS where my binds are registered as continuously pressed, even when I only press them once. And I don't know what's causing that. We'll just go on. Okay, I think that worked. I didn't actually mean to have it be this dark, but this will work quite nicely, actually. Oh yeah, it's Memorial Day for you guys. It's I think it was public holiday today for the Queen's birthday, but I don't remember because I worked anyway. I think 30th of June is the Queen's birthday holiday. Suddenly velocity, yeah. Must have had a screen turned on or something in the cockpit because there's a pink glow coming from it. Man, this thing's quiet. Really quiet. A lot of people do fly just airliner routes. I fly a lot of, like, I just explore mostly. So, a bit of bush pilot stuff, bit of just buzzing around. I have done some airliner stuff, but in vintage airliners, I don't like the modern tubes that much. They're kind of boring to me. So, I've done, not like real airliner routes, but I've just kind of done the chill out with the autopilot on thing once or twice in the DC-6. But yeah, like mostly I do bush pilot stuff or just sort of exploration. With the military jets, I'll usually try and see how fast I can get them or how high I can get them or something. That's a dead end. Layout here's a bit of a head fuck. Oh, there goes somebody. It's a Hornet. The nav lights are still bugged, unfortunately, but yeah, it's a Hornet. I do have my landing light on, right? Yeah, I do. It's just fucking hopeless, apparently. To be fair, though, the visibility over the nose is not fantastic. Okay, well, we found a runway at least. Just there. Looks like we're going to have a little bit of a crosswind. This is a pretty light aircraft, so we'll probably feel it. Yeah, it is. By the way, I'm not sure how much you've looked into the modding scene, Brazen, but FlightSim.to has a lot of really good free scenery add-ons. So areas where the default scenery doesn't cover, you'll usually find stuff on there. Like, the community for this are absolutely brilliant for putting up mods of all the most, you know, obscure things that you would never think anybody would bother to put into the game. They put them in. There's our MSFS tail dragger ground handling. It's pretty mild, though, to be fair. It's not like the fucking GB. This is fixed gear, isn't it? Yeah. No, it's just synthetic terrain. Which is fairly common with a lot of avionics these days. There are certain things that I will bitch about with the community, like the fact that a lot of them think turbulence is overdone. It isn't. If anything, it's the opposite, but yeah, generally, like, they're pretty solid. There's a lot of really good mods. There's a lot of drama as well. I'd say it's probably got more drama than DCS, which is kind of funny, because DCS already has plenty. But it's it seems to be more the developers that come up with the drama than the community. Oh my god, that rate of roll. That was max stick deflection right there. Just again for demonstration. No rudder here, by the way. Max left stick. I mean, it is aerobatic, but Jesus. That's going to take some getting used to. I don't think this is going to show us our G-force. But yeah, I think that we're probably not going to get enough speed up in the extra to actually feel the Gs. And the Hornet's not going to give us enough G to feel them. Do a loop. There's our Hornet friend back again. .757. I don't think anyone's done a 7.5 yet. I think there's a mod. No, there's a mod for a 7.6. I don't think there's one for a 7.5 yet. And the 7.6 mod is kind of eh. Oh! It doesn't like that. Okay, so this does actually... This will fuck you up if you mess around with it. It's good to see. So yeah, as I suspected, the extra is not ideal for this. But you guys will have to take my word for it. There is G-lock modeled because I G-locked myself last night for about 5 seconds, flying the F-35. And as we saw today, you can negative G yourself in the F-18, so it is modeled. I mean, even if we, in this, we could probably do the negative G test again, so we'll go into an outside loop. Oh, okay, let's maybe not go into an outside loop this low to the ground. Didn't do it there, which is interesting. So it did in the 18, but it didn't here. I almost wonder if the tolerance for negative G is set too high. Because, like, already I should be starting to red out from being inverted this long. And I am holding slightly, like I'm holding stick forwards. So that should probably be redding me out. The fact you can't easily just do repeated negative, or like outside loops, negative G loops in this is a good sign. You kind of can with the right, there we go, with the right rudder input. There's a bit of red out there. Those ailerons are barely moving. Like, look at that. Look how little they move, but how much roll they produce. They probably had some sort of deal with Airbus. I'd say that's why they did it. Don't know for sure, but I'd say that's pretty likely. Yeah, you're probably not wrong, to be fair. Probably not wrong. The world's most elaborate tech demo. Star Citizen, eat your heart out. No, I haven't tried that. Like, the less electronics in my plane, the happier I am, so I don't touch that kind of stuff. Like, as it is, I would prefer gauges to this. That's almost certainly a player. Although my player tags aren't showing up at the moment. Oh, there we go. We had one for like half a second. Might pop back up as they get a little further away from me. Yep, it's a player. So what I might do is we might set ourselves down here. I'm going to take a short break to grab a cup of tea and maybe a quick snack. And then we'll do the, I think we'll do the Transcontinental Challenge in the Dark Star. But I'm going to do it a little differently. I'm not going to follow the instructions exactly, because the instructions are, like, they have you kind of flying a bit slower than you need to, shall we say. So I might take some liberties with them. Since that challenge is only grading you on how long it takes you to cross the country, it isn't grading you on how closely you maintain the parameters I give you. I think I will get that little Su-31. Because that is steam gauges, and it's, you know, it's a Sukhoi, so of course I want it. I mean, this little default extra seems pretty decent, but it has screens in it. Ooh. Ooh. CM flaps? I don't think it does. I guess probably a lot of aerobatic stuff doesn't. We're a little faster than we need to be honest. Way too many screens, absolutely. I'm glad they at least gave us some steam gauge planes as default, though. So it could have been worse. They could have given us nothing but screens. I don't know why I even bothered turning on the landing light on this thing. It's fucking pathetic. You can't even tell it's on. Bouncy, bouncy. Just doesn't want to stop flying. Okay, we got a runway off here. We're not going to taxi all the way and park up. I think we'll just pull over on the taxiway here. And this is where we do actually need the light. Oh, you can't turn the fuel off completely? Oh, wait. Maybe you can, and I just had it... I think I had the fuel set to off the whole time. Maybe that doesn't work right yet. There are a few little bugs like that in some of the Asobo planes. We can't open the canopy in them either in most of them. Some of them you can, but most you can't. How can you stand these screens? I can't. I find them very deeply offensive. So here's our little extra if I can stop the camera from being crooked. It's not a bad looking little plane, to be honest. Although I'm not usually a fan of fixed gear. Alright, with that done, I am going to take a short break. I'll be right back. Probably 5-10 minutes, guys, at most. This one fucking slaps, by the way. I'm sure some of my neighbors would disagree, but it's so nice actually hearing planes go over again. I live basically at the end of a runway, so I just heard a jet taking off. I miss that sound. This song is one of the reasons I went to the effort of separating out stream audio. I couldn't play this on stream before to get the videos blocked on YouTube. So now at last we can listen again. Favorite plane in MSFS? Tough call. There's a lot that I like. So I learned to fly on a Jabiru J170, so I do have a soft place in my heart for the Jabiru add-on, which is by Iris Simulations. It's really quite close. I wouldn't say it's my favorite though. Probably the two I fly the most are the F104G and the Cessna 337. So the F104G is by Skunkworks, and the 337 is by Caronado. Now, having said that, the 310, the Cessna 310 by Milviz is climbing rapidly to that position. I don't know. I'm bad at picking favorites at the best of times, dude. But those are the ones I fly the most. I really like the DC-6. I just don't fly it as often. But yeah, it'd probably be out of those three: F104, 337, or the 310. The Boeing 247 is fucking amazing as well. It's just in the same boat as the DC-6. I don't fly it as much. Could have had a great 414, but here we are. Yep, sadly. Gotta go. Alright, Josh. Catch you later, man. Fully expect... I hope not, dude. Jesus. Fingers crossed, but at least in the meantime we got the mod. definitely a plus. It's just sad to see it fall short of what it could have been. And purely because, you know, shall we say, there's a misdirection of priorities, as there is with so many MSFS aircraft. Oh no. Look, I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm sure you'll be fine. You're probably doing the exact same thing I do, which is getting yourself all worked up into having a fucking panic attack. And then the thing that you're dreading happens, and it's like totally fine and no issues at all. That's what I do. Like every other week, I'll have a fucking panic attack about something, and then the thing actually comes around, and it's like so easy. Easiest shit in my life. No reason to panic. Every goddamn time. So, a little known fact, I actually wrote this song in reference to the DCS MiG-23. Hey man, if that's what happens, it's their loss. And no, I was joking. I can't write lyrics for shit. Mine's actually kind of normal at the moment. DCS doesn't have a 23 yet, but it's coming. Raspberry are developing it. Yeah, my sleep cycle's actually kind of not fucked. It's just that I'm streaming after work, and I've got tomorrow off, so I don't need to be in bed at like a reasonable time tonight. Yeah, it's 7:30 in the evening. My normal streams, dude, are at like fucking 4 a.m. my time. You'll be fine, man. I mean, it probably won't happen anyway. You're probably just panicking for nothing. But even if it does, you'll figure something out. I mean, obviously, necessities like food and rent aside, there is a lot more to life than just work and career progression. I dropped that one on you guys. So never ever let yourself get all, kind of knotted up over a job. If it ends up not working out, it doesn't work out. You might need to kind of keep an eye on the spending for a little while until you find something new, but don't let it get inside your head. I mean, that's coming from me, right? Like, I have long periods of unemployment between jobs, and I manage to survive because, there's more to life than just work. Work a bit, get some money saved up, take however long off you need, get a new job, get some more money saved up. I don't really... Obviously, everyone's different. Everyone has their reasons for doing things. And if you can get, like, a really good, high-paying job with all this prestigious position and stuff, you may as well, I guess. But to me, especially because I don't actually know what I want to do, and I never have, there's no point doing that kind of thing. I would rather than wait until I'm 60 or older, because retirement's not going to exist by the time I'm 60, rather than wait for that, I would rather enjoy life while I'm young. And if I, don't have any money by the time retirement rolls around, first of all, retirement won't exist by then, so it's not a problem anyway. Second of all, so what? I can at least say I enjoyed my life while I could. Because I'm worried that if I do the whole thing you're supposed to do according to all the normies out there, all the socially correct thing to do, which is work yourself half to death until you hit retirement, have 2.5 kids and a fucking dog, I will get hit by a bus or struck by lightning or some fucking horrific plague will wipe me off the face of the earth before I get to actually enjoy anything. So I'm very much about just taking things as they come and enjoying my life while I can. Because I don't know if I'm going to be here tomorrow. And really, to a certain extent, nobody can know if they're going to be here tomorrow. So I don't see much point grinding my ass off for the promise of a future I don't know is going to necessarily exist. I'm sorry if that was really doomer, by the way. That's just, Don't let work get you down, guys. Don't let work get you down. And especially in this kind of job climate, by the way, if your employer is treating you like shit, just fucking quit. Go find another job. Like, there are... places are fucking desperate for workers, especially good workers. If you put even a moderate amount of effort into your work and turn up on time, you have pretty much your pick of places to work, obviously within your qualified field, which in my case means shit jobs. But, it's so hard for places to retain workers now because everyone's kind of been reassessing their life decisions after the fucking pandemic and kind of, I guess, arriving at the same conclusion I arrived at 15 years ago. That it's not as big of a deal now. You can use a bit more of that workers' power, which incidentally, that was the thing after the bubonic plague in Europe. That was like one of the first big swings in favor of workers' rights back in fucking 1300 and frozen stiff. So many people died from the plague that suddenly it was an employees market. And they could actually dictate their terms to employers to a degree that was kind of never before possible. Obviously a much smaller scale now, but it's a similar thing we see happening. Which is fucking good and it should happen more often. Queens of the Stone Age, another band that I couldn't have on the old playlist, or it would cause problems. We'll be live again in just a minute. I'm just going to finish off my tea, and then we'll hop in the Dark Star, I think. Yeah, I am. That's why the playlist has been expanded. I've still got a lot of expanding to do on the playlist. Ideally, I'd like to have a couple thousand songs on this so we hear less repeats, but it's getting there, slowly. Okay, I think we're just about good. Hello. Oh, by the way, those who remember me saying that I had some bugged scenery a couple streams ago and it was crashing my sim, it's not actually the reason it crashed. I was flying around that whole area the other day with no issues, so I don't know what it was. Let's go back and let's do this. So I was a little slow on this. I was 49 minutes, I think, because my maximum speed during this crossing was about 5.6, 5.7, I think, because I didn't build enough speed before going into the climb. Because it gives you, like, the directions it gives you are very specific, and if you follow them exactly, it's going to not really work out quite as well. Well, the thing is, if the split audio tracks thing is a problem, it's going to fuck every single streamer, because so many people do this. So many people do this. And it's compared to what I had before, where they absolutely could nuke me off the face of the planet, because it was still there in the VOD. I mean, honestly, it's fucking stupid anyway. If they want people to actually do things with broadcast licenses, price broadcast licenses so normal people can fucking afford them. Just a thought. Yeah, you probably either pulled too hard or started climbing too early. So this is mostly just hints. We're not going to need it as much. Probably not 10. I'll be happy if I get up around 8 or 9. Yeah, I'm probably going to see it tomorrow. I am actually looking forwards to it, which I didn't expect to be saying, but I am looking forwards to it. The fact it's getting positive reviews from people that actually know their shit, that's a good sign. I didn't expect that, but it's a good sign. I got a little slow in the climb out there. It's alright, it won't really matter once we get to the Supersonic Transition. I wish that the music bot on this had a automatic volume leveler, because the last song was really loud and this one's really quiet. I always thought that as far as F-14 porn went, the Final Countdown was a much better movie. We're gonna wait a little while. I'm gonna get a little higher before I do this. Now we're gonna roll inverted. This thing does appear to have auto trim of some sort, because I'm having to kind of fight it. We're going to pitch down further. See, this thing has a shit ton of adverse yaw. 0.2G pull up. We're actually a little above that, but I'm also getting really low really quickly. Probably pulled a little too far down there. So you got to be pretty precise with this, otherwise you just don't build the speed up. It's funny, in this challenge I found it really hard to get to the right parameters to hit the scramjet. When I was playing this just, you know, normal free flight kind of thing, I had it up to about Mach 7. And that was without the you know, pro tips there on the right. So it is kind of interesting how that works. I have a note from my doctor that says I can't relax. Physically incapable. Who are you spying on? The good people of Nevada, I guess I'd be overflying about now. There are a lot of 80s movies that are, like, actually legitimately bad. I'm really sentimentally attached to them, honestly. Yeah, we're not doing too well in the speed thing, so we're gonna do a second inverted roll here. It's gonna bitch at me because I'm not doing the thing it wants me to do, but I don't give a shit, because I want to pick up some more speed. I need some more zoomies. Oh, this is more like it. This is more like it. Okay, now we need to start pulling. God, you descend really fast at fucking Mach 3, huh? Getting a little close to those structural limits. Probably a little close to the thermal limits, too. What are you doing, like 800 and something knots? I'm sure it's fine. Oh, look at that. Mark 3. Easy. Easy fucking clap. Oh, I'm supposed to do the fucking lights first, aren't I? Beacons are on. Wait. Okay, now the beacons are on? Down is on, apparently? That doesn't make much sense. Now I need to do that. There we go. There we go. Yeah, the click spots are pretty atrocious. Oh, look at that acceleration. Oh, look at the acceleration. So that was the turbines going out, I think. We should start picking speed back up here as the scramjets wake up. In theory. Well, maybe not. Maybe they're not actually that powerful. The turbines are out, I think. Because when you switch the scramjets on, it kills the regular engines. Oh, for fuck's sake, this is a problem we're going to have constantly during this flight, because we're moving so quickly over the terrain. I wish they'd fix... This is my biggest problem with the sim, is this fucking problem here. This is my biggest complaint with this sim. Pretty much my only complaint with this sim. Weren't even flyers, but it looks like a bit of fun for some people. Yeah, I was kind of on the fence about trying it, but it's not bad. It's better than I expected. Obviously, it's sheer fantasy, but... it's got some grounding in stuff that could exist sometime soon. Thanks for the follow, by the way, Michaela. I'm a little off my track as well. Keeps removing my followers. Ah, yes, I love when that happens. Got a tiny bit off course there. So it's station passage here in a minute. We're already over 120,000, so I can start pitching down now. I wasn't even paying attention. So 126. I've had this thing up to 160. So what was it I said I got last time? Like 5.7 or 5.8 or something? We'll see if we can beat it this time. I'm not holding my breath though. Yeah, there's a lot of mods that are just reskins of stuff, or, you know, they actually are a new aircraft, but they have the cockpit of something else. And I don't mind having them for scenery around airports, but I find it hard to enjoy something that has the wrong cockpit, so I don't really use those. 5.46, so we're pretty close to what I did last time. So those are the scramjets coming through the bottom. And the reason that the afterburner's not running is because the afterburner goes through the top shutter. So there's like a divider plate between the exhausts. One for the scramjet, one for the afterburner. So there's no contrail up here, which is worth noticing. I wonder if this thing cons at lower altitudes, or if it's got like a flag in it that tells it not to draw cons at any altitude. Because, like I said, the Starfighter was drawing cons up to 112,000 feet, which is a bit silly. I get too far off my track here. I'm also really way above my target altitude. Yeah, so it's one or the other. And you can see there on the display it's bypassing the turbine. Turbine's not running at all. And the exhaust is relatively cool. Still got some waste heat in it, but it's relatively cool. Need to trim the fuck out of this thing. We might actually be able to pick up some speed in the dive here because we got so high above our target altitude. We need to come down a bit. Oh, shit, no, you're right. You're right. I have the smallest brain. I completely forgot you have to actually hit the button. That would explain a few things. That would explain a few things. Guys, let's, I'm so used to DCS, I just assume throttle fully forwards, everything's running. Let's restart the flight. So I won't need to fly my own separate thing. I can just follow the numbers and it should work. I wish they'd either remove that feature or make it optional. I don't want to have to press a button unless it's a MiG-19 where I should have to press a button for my aircraft to go into afterburner or scramjet, whatever. I thought it felt really slow. In that case, that means I could certainly get a lot higher than 160,000 feet. Yeah, 160,000 feet I think was my record, so I can definitely do better than that. Okay. I actually really like this challenge because it's pretty close to what I like to do in DCS when I get bored. $30 is a bit much. We want about 20. See, I kind of thought the scramjet was like an on-off thing. I thought it was either on or off. I didn't realize it had actual power settings. Did not realize at all. It's the Dark Star. This is from the Top Gun film. They did like a whole official tie-in with Paramount. Which is why they added things like, you know, shot cones for when you pass through the sound barrier to the sim. Yeah, they could have picked a less edgy name. Okay, here comes the Supersonic Transition. I'm not really even going to make much effort to counter the adverse yaw because, fuck it, it'll correct itself when I roll the right way up. We're just going to hold it in this for a touch longer, and now up. Pulled a little hard there. We may need to do a second S-curve at the top of this, though. Just to make sure we do hit Mark 3 sometime this century. Bro, I'm at 10 degrees. What are you doing? There we go. I'm off course again, just a little. That was because I tried to make up for the fucking adverse yaw. I shouldn't have touched the rudder. I'm gonna move my camera up slightly so I can actually see out the windows. There we go, that's much better. Feel like a fucking midget. Where's Tawny? Tawny would love this thing. He'd feel right at home. I think once we hit 50,000, we'll do another bit of a rollover, just to gain the speed. Okay, 50,000. Roll. That looks a little better. Still not as fast as I'd like to be, but we're getting there. Still over the desert. I haven't yet, Frackles. Should be tomorrow if all goes according to plan. Okay, we're gonna prep this thing for... It wants me to turn those off for some stupid reason. But we'll prep it. Yeah, there we go. We're just gonna fucking send it. Yeet. There we go. That explains it. We're going to Cape Canaveral. We're doing the transcontinental flight meme. Oh, for fuck's sake, not this again. That is going to be a constant pain throughout this flight. Because it was last night when I did it too. Oh, look at that speed. And there it is. They need to increase the timeout before it disconnects you. They really need to increase that timeout, because this is just ridiculous. He hasn't streamed for like over a year at this point, I think. I'm pretty sure he's just doing the YouTube thing at this stage. Which is a shame, because I miss being able to sit there and chat and take the shit out of him about being short and not being able to fly. Oh my god, look at the altimeter. Good grief. Okay, yeah, this is the... This is the high-speed, low-drag shit right here. Oh, I'm sorry. We're already way above 120,000 feet. Holy shit. Bruh. Accidentally did a ballistic climb up to 160,000 feet. You know, as you do. Holy fuck. To get myself back onto course. I mean, you get the slightest bit out of trim at this speed and you're going up or down in a very big hurry. There's the curvature of the Earth. Seen it before with the F-104, but it's much easier from this high up. ICBM simulator, yeah, pretty close, eh? And, oh, look at that. Look at that. We're glowing because of the friction heating. Peep that shit. That thing in the middle, by the way, it's like a fucking demon. Well, not a demon, sorry, Sky Ray. Can't believe I fucked that up, considering how much I like the thing. But it's like a Sky Ray. It's got a trim tab on the back of the Delta. Just one big trim surface. Okay, we're going to converge on our waypoint now. We're on our course to the waypoint. I'm still way high. We'll try and dump some altitude, because I think I'd probably be faster at about 120. I'm probably too high up here. It's not flat. No, they fucked up. I can get the camera to be kind of level, or tangent, I should say. Level is an abstract concept right now, but get it to be tangent to the Earth. I do like that it has the friction heating modeled. Well, visually at least. There's a sun behind us. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Yeah, now the speed's coming up a bit. Look how fast we're moving across the ground. Holy shit. Ground speed, 5,178 knots. Enigma server's going to have a photo reconnaissance kind of objective. It's not going to be done through actual photos, but it'll mimic the flight profile for a photo recon run. It probably can be done quite easily in DCS, just nobody really does it. I would like a plane that could, though. Or pods, like the reconnaissance pods for the MiG-21 or something like that. .74. Overshot our course again a bit. If you guys can see it, but there's... Aside from the reflections, you can actually see the plasma across the fucking windscreen. That's cool as fuck. I posted my bug report on that finally, by the way. With charts. Expertly drawn in MS Paint, because I was in a hurry to get them done. Oh man, I'm making a fucking dog's ass of this. We're not going to be breaking any records, that's for sure. Oh, I busted out the very best crayons for that one, trust me. 8.87. Man. I wonder how much fucking energy the sonic boom from something flying at this speed would carry. Like, I've seen an F-111 cause, not firsthand unfortunately, but I've seen an F-111 cause structural damage to a building by going supersonic over the top of it at low level. Not just breaking the windows. Breaking the windows is some normie shit. No, it actually broke the building. Like, a bunch of the interior fixtures fucking came apart, the ceiling fell in. It was fucking awesome. Pilot got his fucking shit wrecked for doing it, but man. What a way to end your career. It would, like, if you were standing in a fucking shockwave, you would probably get fucked up. Yeah, you might end up with some sort of internal bleeding or something. I don't know. I'm not a doctor, but I would guess it would cause some fucky-wuckies for your internal organs. It might have been Swipe, but I've seen the video of it. I've seen the actual video of it. It was at the range office at Evans Head on the bombing range. They were doing low passes of it, and the guys were up top filming, standing on the fucking building. And then one of the 111s just accidentally fucking broke Supersonic as he went over. Just immediately broke all the windows, caved in the ceiling in the main room downstairs. Like, just completely fucked the building. A couple of the bricks cracked and fell out of the walls. It was fucking beautiful. Yeah, see the plasma flickering over the window? That's such a nice touch. Like, I'm genuinely actually surprised by this. They put in a lot more effort than I was expecting. Like, is this super realistic? Not really. I mean, the physics of it might be, with a little bit of unobtainium engineering maybe, but the main thing here is, like, the avionics. These are civilian-grade avionics, mostly. You would probably not see this in a military aircraft. But, like, the plasma on the window, the actual sonic booms, the shot cones forming only when they should, based on humidity and altitude, like, this is really well done. Really, really well done for what it is. Ooh, 9.53. She's getting a bit spicy. Holy shit. That looks pretty cool. Not gonna lie, that looks pretty cool. Mark 9.58. And we're having a lot of trouble holding our altitude here. Bifford Dolphin incident? Oh, that was gnarly. Happens in the UK when two Eurofighters get scrambled from the Midlands, meeting an unidentified aircraft off the south coast. Broke a block of flats in Stevenage, and they needed a full restoration. Pilots have permission to go supersonic over the southern UK. Yeah, like when you get given permission to go supersonic over a heavily populated area, that's the real shit right there. It's like when Sky King had his, you know, his final hurrah. They sent a pair of F-15s out to see what the fuck he was doing, and they broke some windows as they were going over. Yeah, you can swipe for sure. They used to have quite a lot of pilots going supersonic over the, particularly over the Midlands in the US, or not Midlands, fucking Midwest, wrong country. Going over the Midwest in the US, supersonic, and people started complaining, so the Air Force nipped that in the bud. The fucking F-106 squadrons were especially bad for it. They were notorious for going over supersonic. We're off course again. I'm so caught up trying to maintain my altitude. Like, literally one step on the trim hat is 2,000 feet per minute vertical speed. It's absolutely bonkers. Landing this thing's going to be all kinds of fun. I mean, decelerating this thing's going to be all kinds of fun, but especially landing. Frames are starting to chug a little. Must be overflying a couple big cities down there. Probably like a punch to the gut. Well, a punch to the everything, I guess. Because you would feel the overpressure from it, but like obviously it wasn't enough to cause them actual injury, but you would definitely feel the overpressure as it went past. Actually, it might cause you injury to your ears. Might blow an eardrum. So at Mildenhall in the UK for the last few flights, the SR-71, you really felt that when he did his final low-level fly past. Oh man, I miss air shows in the UK so much. Like, I don't remember much from them because I was so young when we moved here, but I really miss the air shows there. One of the things I do remember was one Duxford day. The queue was really bad to get into the parking, so the air show had already started, and I was just, because we had a car with a sunroof at the time, I was just stood up in the middle of the car, sticking my head out the sunroof, watching the planes go over while we waited. It's awesome. So that should be the Gulf of Mexico on our right-hand side. I think we are directly adjacent to Alabama. I think we actually just overflew out Alabama. We're probably over like the western part of Florida right now. Yeah, it's pretty big. It's one of those planes you don't really realize the scale of it until you see it in person. It's like the Typhoon for me. The first time, like the Hawker Typhoon, not the Eurofighter Typhoon. The first time I stood next to a Typhoon, I mean, granted I was a kid at the time, but the first time I did that I was just in awe at how big that thing was. Lived really close to Duxford till 3 years ago when I moved to Wales. Lived under the holding area for the shows. Oh man, that would be sweet. I used to live under the flight path for Concorde as it left Heathrow. So when I was like a wee little kid, my signal for time for a bath and then bed was Concorde's last flight of the evening as it climbed over our house. So I'd run outside and watch it go over, and then I'd run back inside. That doesn't bother me at all. I don't mind aircraft noise. I mean, like I said, I live basically at the end of a runway here. So I get quite a bit of aircraft noise now that people are finally allowed to fly places again. And it doesn't really bother me. I don't notice it half the time because I've just got my headphones on usually. Well, now that I actually am using the full power of my scramjets, we're going to get there faster than last time, but I'm still not flying very cleanly. So I think one of these days, when I've got no distractions, I'll just have to sit down, and when my game's not chugging, probably because I'm streaming at the same time, I'll have to sit down and try this and actually follow the course, and not be seesawing up and down tens of thousands of feet at a time. Yeah, you can tell we're over Florida because my sim is taking a shit as it loads in everything. Because there is a lot of photogrammetry cities in Florida. I kind of feel like maybe they didn't fully think things through with this. Like, the amount of loading the sim has to do in short order when you're moving at Mach 9.6 is pretty ridiculous. You know? Might have been something to think about, guys. Watch it tell me I'm gonna overstress the aircraft here. .73, 9.78, 9.8, oh my god. Oh, we're gonna bust the hard deck! We're gonna bust the hard deck! We busted the hard deck. Sorry, everybody in Florida. We just did probably several $1 million worth of damage in that, what, 5 seconds? Also didn't fully have the throttle idle, because I keep forgetting my idle detent doesn't work in this sim. Still doing a casual Mach 4.2. My parents have C-130s go over their place pretty often. Very low level, often at night, because they use it for training to fly under night vision. In fact, one of the trees just near the house is, I think, one of their one of their visual references for their course, because they come over the house really fucking low. So we're at a slightly more sane altitude now, but we're still doing Mach Jesus. Oh look! A military installation. Oh wait, no, that's Cape Canaveral itself. That's a launch pad. That's what that is. I always forget how big this facility is. It's fucking huge. Ugh. Did it actually turn it off, or did it just give me a caution? I think it just gave me a caution. Yeah, it's still on. That is my single biggest complaint with this sim, is how often it does that shit. Okay, I want to see, as we descend, I want to see if coming back through the sound barrier, this thing generates a cone. Probably not going to be able to tell because we're in a cloud. We're also probably still too high. Don't know why they had me turn the beacon lights off for the high-speed run. It's kind of weird. You'd think they'd want you to turn them on. I'm way high. I think they might have forgotten that the beacons spawn on when they hot start the aircraft. Like, that's my guess. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's what it is. Overshot my descent. I'm not in precision mode tonight, clearly. This thing needs a periscope for the landing. Forget the synthetic display, it's fucking useless for actually landing. I'd rather have a periscope. Yeah, you would think so. Oh, right, I should be descending. Oopsies. Oh, yes, the tune. There's the vehicle assembly building. Overshot my descent again. So there's the emergency runway for the space shuttle. There's the vehicle assembly building. There's the museum. I have a custom scenery for this from flightsim.to. This landing is so sketchy. Get our speed down. Now, remember how I said there's a power line crossing the approach because of the power lines mod? That's going to make this very interesting. Okay, down come the wheels. Oh yeah, for sure. Like, the fact this is free and is relatively fully featured as it is really cool. I really do like what they've been doing to the sim. Oh my god, I'm 260 knots. When did that happen? There's the power lines. Just caught him out the corner of my eye, so we're past him now. Don't float, please. My god, that was actually really soft. I was not expecting a soft landing out of that. Last time I slammed it. I'll take that. This thing has monster brakes, clearly. Let's see how long that took us. $34.09. That's more like it. That is more like it. So we shaved 10 minutes off by having the scram jets actually fully powered. Like the handful of Top Gun liveries for Ace Combat 7 that cost $20? Bruh. What the fuck? Actually, let me just see. What was the expected time for that? 35 minutes. So yeah, we're pretty close. A couple minutes slow, but that's probably because I fucked up the first part of it and then I was constantly veering off course. Doing this simultaneously, 3620. Oh, nice. I do need to still fly out of Telluride. Might do that in a minute. But just for the time being, we'll do a quick flight over here. Just a quick flight. Let's do some sightseeing. What do I want to use for it? Like I said before, this is why I don't really bother with the what's it called? Add-on. My brain's not working today. The add-on loader thing. Because I don't even know what I'm going to fly until I pick a plane. Autopilot for crew. Yeah, it would make life so much easier. But I guess if there was, it would kind of take a lot of the challenge out of it. First challenge is actually getting up to speed. The second one's staying on course and on altitude. Glider, I'm bad at gliders. I need to actually learn how to fly them properly. I so want to fly that, but not tonight. I don't have enough time for the Connie tonight. Not on stream. Well, not even off stream. Unless I want to sleep until lunchtime tomorrow. Ravioli? Not a bad shout. We don't need full fuel. And we will set it to relatively early in the morning, because I think that's about when we landed. No worries, Commander Johnny. Glad you enjoyed it. Thanks for hanging out with us. Did you manually shut off your afterburners on approach? No. I throttled back, though. So they probably would have shut off at some point. Flying that challenge makes me want to play KSP. Like, last night I flew the challenge, I was like, I really want to play KSP now. So I'll do a quick flight in the ravioli, and then we will probably do Telluride, and we'll do it in, I don't know what, light twin maybe? Seminole or something. Okay. See if I remember how to start this. Parking brakes on. Battery on. That's right, you hold the flaps on this. Oh, I don't want them all the way down, I want them there. Okay, gens are on. I like that they come on automatically like that. Where's my cockpit lighting? Might be on already, I'm not sure. It took me a while to find it the other day from memory. Why do you refer to this as a ravioli? Because it has a very long and complicated Italian name. It's a Caproni jet. Is it a C-22J or something? Caproni Vizzola C-22J, I think it is. Bro, imagine having throttle response. Imagine having fucking steering response, Jesus. This guy's gonna get run the fuck over. Why are the power lines pink over there? What the fuck is going on over there? I haven't seen pink ones before. Must be a missing texture or some sort of mod conflict. Actually, are those power lines, or is that part of the airport scenery? I think it's part of the airport scenery. So I must have a missing texture or a conflict there. This thing taxis so fast, unless you just constantly bring it in and out of fucking ground idle. So this is a tiny little baby jet. It's based on a glider design. Kind of like the Fuga Magister, but not. So if I just pump the brakes for a minute and go to external, you'll see what I mean. Look how small this thing is. It's a little baby plane. Look at it. It's so small. Actual hair dryers. We don't actually need that much runway, so I'm just going to turn onto it here and take off from this part. Oh, the instrument lights are on. Never mind then. Yeah, this is some of the best value for money in the sim, this little thing. Well, we're just south of Cape Canaveral, so we just landed there in the Dark Star. Now we're going to fly up there in this. And do a bit of an explore around Cape Canaveral. It's going to start screaming at me here in a sec. It doesn't like being above 250 knots. Look at the air brakes, by the way. They're so weird. You need to put in so much forward stick to counter them, because they just make you climb like a rocket. Dial the power back a bit more. They're very similar to the air brakes on some of de Havilland's early jets. So like the Vampire and the Venom have similar air brakes to this. It looks kind of like a flap, but it pops up at the top of the wing as well. It goes up 420. Yeah, it will scream like hell at you if you go over 250. It does not like being above 250. Ah yes, trees on top of a bulk carrier. It likes doing that. Revetments. There's some spicy shit in there. That's how you can always tell where the fun stuff is. So part of this is autogen, and as we get more towards the more famous parts of the site, that's a Falcon 9, I think, down there, we get custom-made scenery buildings. Like I said, this is a free add-on on fs.to. So that was where we landed the Dark Star. There's that power line I was talking about. See how close it is to the end of the runway? You don't see it until you're right on top of it. Various launch pads along here. So each of these is a launch site. And the autogen has not been kind to some of them, sadly. That's what they are. Falcon. Those are the, I think those are the SpaceX pads. They have their own private pads. It is, yeah. That's what I mostly use it for. Very glassy water down there today. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And it's not like in older Sims where you could go anywhere in the world, but it'd just be like massive green, like, you know, 5 mile by 5 mile green squares. You actually have scenery. It might not be spot on, but in a lot of areas it's pretty fucking close. And then you've got photogrammetry for most major cities in, like, North America and a lot of major cities in Europe, so it's pretty impressive. There's a big boy launch pad there. See, it's turned the launch gantry into a couple of sheds. But you can see the shadow of the launch gantry cast on the satellite imagery. So you can tell what it was. You can see the size of the vehicle assembly building here. Like, that's it there. Look how far away we are from it. Look how big it is. thing has its own fucking environment inside. If the HVAC system stops working, it starts forming clouds. It's crazy. Another launch pad. Be another one here. And then up here is the active ones that they use used for the shuttle and for the larger rocket launches. Because we've actually got custom scenery up for this one here. Hey, Saber. Yeah, so a lot of the issue with the I Am Legend thing is it's the autogen trying to populate trees, because the photogrammetry still uses autogen to populate trees, and it gets carried away. Really carried away. There are a few mods out to remove the autogen trees from photogrammetry areas, and although it makes the blocky, shitty photogrammetry trees visible, it does improve things a lot. So you can see that pad's levitating. You can also see the ground textures are a bit shit here. There was a cloud over that launch pad when they took the photo of it. But there's a model there at least, so that's something. Cape Canaveral. We did the transcontinental flight in the Dark Star from Top Gun, and we landed here, so now we're just buzzing around in the Ravioli. Those tracks are for the Caterpillar that carries the rockets to the launch pads. Because it's pretty. It's like a chill place. Well, not chill, not in the literal sense, but it's a lot of nature and not a lot of people. That's where the shuttle used to leave from. Sure. The amount of fucking money it must have taken to build this, like, holy shit. Like, this is all just swamp, and they built this on it. Blows my mind. Sedona? Oh yeah, that's where the like flying lessons in the sim are. Like when you do the basic flight training stuff in the sim, that's where it has you fly from, is Sedona. It's quite beautiful. Our next flight's going to be from Telluride, which is kind of in a similar area. Not the same place, obviously, but similar environment. So that's a vehicle assembly building right there. All the stuff around it's autogen, but that's a custom model. I wonder how Vandenberg looks from the air. Probably has less scenery though. So I think we buzzed past the museum here. It should be this next cluster of buildings down here. From memory. Yeah, there's the museum. Let's go set down somewhere. Might use the emergency strip, which is just up here, I think. Not really, Kashif. Oh yeah, there it is. Let's set down here. Look at those air brakes. See them? They're like flaps, but they go up as well. Interesting design. The de Havilland Venom had something very, very similar. I think the Vampire did too. We got a lot of runway to play with here. Still a bit fast. Three greens. This thing is so small and you sit so low to the ground, it feels like your ass is going to scrape the runway. So yeah, this is the emergency landing runway for the space shuttle. Or actually, it may have been its main runway, sorry. But either way, space shuttle length. That's why it's such a long, wide runway, so the space shuttle could land on it. Oh, no, we don't want to turn that off yet. Turn them off. And there's our little ravioli. But look at the fucking size of this runway. It is a big runway. Should do a, not tonight, but I should do some flights in Italy at some point since I just had the big world update there. And that is one place where the F-104's radar works. I know it works there. Oh, that's where Holloman is. I always wondered. Huh. Interesting. Truth or Consequences. That is such a good name. That is a fucking fantastic name. We'll zoom in so we can actually pick a... Oh, look, there's a little bush strip there. How long's our runway? Not very. And it's going to be pretty high up, I would wager. We might get away with it. Let's see what we can do here. I could take the Trilander, but not for this flight. I think I'll do that in a future stream. I do like flying it, just not for this kind of thing. I flew the A last night, Saber. Took it for a spin. 310? Yeah. I mean, don't have the worst visibility. It's not great, but it's far from the worst. I wish this thing wasn't glass. Like, I wish there was a Gauges version of this, because I really like the aircraft, but the cockpit makes me want to die. Yeah, I didn't stream it. Because I was very overtired and I had work the next morning. Do you have the Cree? What's that? What about a helicopter? The helicopters aren't real great at the moment, and I need to start an external app to run the flight models through. Let's take the Seneca. Seneca's pretty nice. We'll just leave it at 50 fuel. We're not going to need more than that. Actually, I'm not going to be flying that long, but we'll bump it up to 75. Tiny death trap with 2 model plane, 2-stroke engines mounted on booms in front of the cockpit. What the fuck? That sounds terrifying. And possibly even more psychotic than the BG. GB. That sounds fun in a very, like, unpleasant and scary way. I think we should have enough runway here. I hope we should have enough runway here. We'll find out together. Oh, there's a, not in Sedona, obviously. Fuck, where is it? It's between High Prairie and Grand Prairie. I forget the fucking name of the place. Is it Crooked Leg Creek? Something like that. Because there's an alpaca farm nearby, which I was stunned by, that there's alpaca farming happening in northern Alberta. What the fuck? Although the alpacas wouldn't care about the cold, right? Because they're from the mountains. But yeah, like there's a truck stop / gift shop / donut shop, and they made such good donuts. Oh my god, they were to die for. They were fucking amazing. Hang on, I'm gonna have to copy paste that so I don't open my browser and crash my fucking game. Jet. Oh my god, why? That's something. That is something. I would want to make sure my will and testament was up to date before I fucking climbed in that thing. Fucking hell. Jesus. Oh shit, I forgot it's nighttime. I like flying at night. Oh, no, I don't want live weather. I don't want live time. But I would like to actually be able to see the scenery. So we're going to set it to in the morning. Oh, shit. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. Unhook that. That goes there. That goes there. That's already on. I'm just going to save myself some time. Oh, I can't do that until the aircraft's running, which is interesting. Carinata, why? Okay, well, speaking of the aircraft running, I always forget in this thing they're up here. Master. You know what I forgot? Where is it in this plane? It's always in a stupid place in Cessnas. Where the fuck is it? Here it is. There we go. That helps. There we go. You know what? You're right. It is early morning. Okay. Well, how many hours we got before sunrise? 5:30. Let's do it. I don't want it that bright. Oh, fuck me. You know what? Where are my light switches up here? Get that going. Do I have one? No, I don't. Dome light. Hey, there we go. Oh shit, it's blue. Fuck yeah, boy. Alright. That pitot heat off. That, from memory, is over here. Maybe not? Yeah, put that on. Where's the pitot heat in this thing? It's somewhere stupid. I remember that much. It's somewhere really stupid. Above the mixture levers. Aha, you're right. Yeah, we don't need that on. Turn the brightness on the avionics down a little. And then the dome light, we'll turn it down a little. Oh, that is a mood right there. That's some good shit. Okay, that's everything over there that needs to be on, I think. Set our flaps one stage. Okay, so our cowl flaps, we'll just leave them as they are. Seeing green lights across the board, which I like to see. Go ahead and get rid of the park brake. I'm going to close this so I don't forget and leave it open on the takeoff roll. Jesus, it got quiet in here quickly. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually... No, we don't need a pushback. We should be able to turn around in our own length here. Carenado stuff usually has pretty decent ground handling. Yeah, look at that. My toe brakes actually help me steer instead of just stopping me dead in place. Take note, other devs. Although I think the 414 still has the best ground handling I've had in the sim out of anything. The DC6 and the Connie are really good for it too. This already looks like a very interesting runway. And I'm not sure which is the long end. Yeah, this is Telluride. Let's continue uphill. Looks like it's on a slope, so we'll take off downhill to give us a little more zoom. Bruh, excuse me? Fuck off. Get out of here. It's like a rain remover, de-ice or whatever. So if the entire windscreen ices up or gets covered in fucking sleet, you can still see out part of it. It's like, if you ever see on ocean-going ships, they've got that round porthole-looking thing set into one of the windscreens. That's the same thing. Okay. Oh, fuck me. Bro, where... The taxiway just, like, ends. Okay. Disregard me. I'm gonna backtrack the runway, I guess. Oh, I see why. It's up into the parking area. sun will probably be up by the time we get off the ground at this rate. Okay. Oh man, a downhill taxiway. You'd sure want good brakes here. There's the piano keys. Okay, so we're at the end of the runway here. That's good to know. Oh no, they're not the piano keys. That's the touchdown markers. My bad. Oh, okay. So we're near this end. Well, we may as well take off that way then. If we're near this end. We'll just go down, loop back around, and we'll take off uphill. Which is, you know, not the best idea, but I'm sure it'll be fine. We can use it like a ski jump. A cope slope. That already looks quite pretty, even though I can't see shit except the night, like the night lights. Look at the curve on that runway. Airspeed's alive. There's 80 knots. Start gently pulling back. And we're airborne. I'm gonna keep the gear out longer than I usually would because the runway's coming back up to meet us. Okay, now we pull the gear. We'll keep the power on and we'll keep a fairly reasonably steep climb here. Just to make sure we clear any terrain to our front. Or hope that we clear any terrain to our front, I should say. We're getting a very gentle left-hand climbing turn here, so as to avoid losing too much speed. Give her a little more beans. Telluride. Okay, flaps coming up. I'm not a real big fan of the fact that I can see a big black mass of hills in front of me, so we're going to come back around to the left. This is a kind of place where you would not fly unless you had really good charts and experience doing this. I have neither. There's the airport. Icing? Yeah. Oh, absolutely icing's possible in MSFS. I think it's in Colorado. I'm not sure which state it's in, to be honest. It's in the right general area, though. Yeah, icing is definitely a thing in the sim. The effects are kind of underplayed on a lot of the different modules, but it is very much possible. Oh, the landing lights are in the... or the taxi lights are in the wingtips. Huh. Interesting. So, there's our airport down there. You can see the taxiway lights. You can't see the runway at the moment, though. Yeah, these are the Rockies. Turn that chart light off now. If I can find the click zone for it, there it is. Always a good idea to make sure the plane's not trying to descend into a mountain before looking away. Just a pro tip for you guys. One of many. We'll hang around the area because I want to see what the town looks like when the sun comes up enough. Mountains are going to screen it for a while though. I have all the little details on the skinning and the Coronado planes, little bumps and dings and panels that don't quite fit entirely, which is exactly how real aircraft are. Like, you don't see, especially GA planes, without dents and dings and shit all over them. I put one in the flying, like in the flying school's Bristol, because I leant a bit too heavily on the wing one day. I went to duck under the wing to check the landing gear, and I pulled myself up by the wing and left a big dent. Well, not a big dent, but like noticeable. Along with the many others that probably other students had left. Try and avoid flying directly into a cloud, because that would generally be bad for our health. Start winding the power back a little now as well. Yeah, our temps and pressures looking not bad. Ooh. That doesn't sound very fun. Does not sound very fun at all. Getting a shit ton of updrafts from the mountains. No worries, Brazen. Good to have you around, man. And have a good evening. Or whatever time it is for you. Time zones, those are a thing that exist, right? There's Telluride there. $4:35 in the morning. Ah. Yeah, that would be my usual bedtime when I'm between jobs. That's when I usually sort of naturally go to bed. Go to bed at 4, wake up at noon. I am not living in the same time zone as the country I'm in. It's very strange. Kruger was telling me about the time he took a vacation up in the mountains of Colorado and he'd wake up in the morning out of breath. Yeah. Like, you don't really realize how much it takes out of you until you experience it. Like, when we went home and we were staying in Jasper, we went up one of the mountains that overlook, like, the big mountain that overlooks Jasper. I forget what the name of the mountain is. There's a cable car that goes up there. And you can climb from the restaurant at the top of the cable car. You can climb up the mountain to the summit. Dad and I made it about 150 meters, and I was puffed and also terrified because I'm scared of heights. But yeah, like, we did not get very far because it was just too exhausting. Notice the effect that flying over a major mountain range is having on my dinky little twin-engine aircraft. Just saying. Now imagine if I was low level in this. God damn it. Why do you do this to me, Miss Fizz? You know what would be really interesting? I just thought of it now. A fucking group flight with the Darkstar. Just have like a formation of people doing Mark 9. That'd be a sight to see. Be very hard to organize, but because you'd have to get the acceleration profile perfect. But it'd be funny as fuck to see. Now we have to wait for it to apply the offsetting, and then we have to back out of the menu, come back into the menu, turn it back on, and then hope it works this time. Like, I just... Oh, Asobo, please. Increase the timeout. So, it says it's on, but we go back. This caught me up the other day on stream. Remember how I was flying around the Thames Estuary and it started looking progressively worse and worse? This is why. It tells you it's on, but you have to exit out the menu, come back in, and then you realize, oh, it's actually still turned off. Oh, no, 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 absolutely not. There we go. So I think we'll just bum around for a bit longer and then I'll call it for the stream. They're not going to be super long streams for the next little while, probably, because I just don't have the time anymore. I don't know when the next stream's going to be. Ostensibly, it should be on the weekend, but I don't know if I'm going to have time on the weekend. I'm going to see if I can get my hours tinkered with at work. I would prefer to knock a day off, even if it means picking up a couple hours per shift. But I don't know if that's going to be possible, because we have a few workers who are going to be kind of on again, off again with medical issues. And we have a bunch of people that kind of no-showed after their first week, so we will see how we go. What a beautiful view. Is this thing pressurized? I don't remember. I don't actually know if it is. Because if it isn't, then we got a boo-boo here, because, you know, probably should have gotten hypoxic by now at this altitude if I didn't have oxygen on. Hypoxia is really inconsistent in this sim. Some things model it, some things don't. Some things kind of half model it. Look at the stream running down. Right there. Man, that looks awesome. That looks absolutely awesome. So yeah, there's the airport. It's on a fucking plateau. See that? We got snow over there. What I might do is we'll just where is it? There we go. What are the goodies that we got down here? I can't click those. Yeah, you can see there it's on that ridge. It's really cool. We'll come back and land there for sure. Oh, you got somebody down there. It's a good question, Saber. I don't know. I don't know if it'd be, like, it might be a bit nausea-inducing, maybe, because unless you've got, like, ridiculously good internet and encoding, and the encoding's going to be a problem because VR's a performance hog, like, the quality might be low enough that it'd be, like, disorientating. I don't know, though. That would be an interesting thing to have, for sure. Look at the sun hitting the side of the aircraft. Oh, man. I can't get enough of this. Like, I still love DCS, but I've been getting frustrated more and more in it lately, so I've been taking a pretty extended break, and I have been binging this sim almost non-stop. It's just so chill. So chill. Oh, we're getting ice. Ice windshield heat. Let's just chuck all of that on. Oh, I only have so much fucking de-ice fluid, hey. Yeah, let's get rid of the prop heat. We don't want that on. Leave the ice light on, because I want to see it if it forms on the wings. Yeah, that too, actually, Cotty. That's a really good point. Because that's one of the things that VR people complain about so much in Sims, is like, oh, if you make my head collide with the canopy, it'll make me nauseous. Did I promise that? I'm sorry. Not today, maybe over the weekend. One thing I will say is the Seneca's got very wide engine nacelles and also very high dihedral and a very wide chord wing, so maybe I could have picked something with better visibility, but still, it's a nice plane to fly around. And it's got reasonably decent performance, so that helps me out with this altitude. In before 2 weeks. I think it already has been 2 weeks, hasn't it? Look at the sunrise. that. He says as he spots a fucking piece of dust on his screen. Yeah, they do look cool, hey? So that snow might be part of the satellite imagery, but I don't think it is. I think that's actual real snow. So the sim figures out through weather reports roughly where there's likely to be snow, and it dusts the area with snow. Or if it's heavy snow, it completely fucking covers it. Oh, no, I'll do one more flight, because Mum said they're getting snowed in. We'll go see if there's snow at my parents' place. Big brain moment. Does anyone remember what the airport code for Telluride is? So I can plug in a direct 2 so I can find my way back. K something. Visuals on everything in a flight sim, but visuals are also a pretty big part of flying. Yeah, that is very true. Very, very true. It's probably like KT something. KTEX. Cheers. Oh, and the song. Now we just need to wait for the MiG-23. I think probably my first stream in the 23 will be a flight in the evening with this song playing. That's beautiful. That's so fucking beautiful. I'm glad this released when it did, so it could keep people from going completely fucking stir-crazy when they couldn't get out of their houses. I just wish I could have played it back then instead of waiting until I got my new PC. Let's get rid of this. It's by Karat. That's just what came up on the playlist. I really like this one though. I was introduced to this song through a video of a MiG-23 actually. So there's a guy on YouTube, Petsy, formerly Major Petzold of the LSK, and he uploaded a video of his last flight in the MiG-23, and this was the song he had playing. What's that? Interesting. Don't know what that is. Yeah, every time I watch that video, the the eyes get a bit leaky. One of the little details I like about the Seneca, you can see the anti-static wicks actually flutter in the wind. It's just so much attention to detail on a lot of these planes. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to turn the fucking weather radar on. I had a standby the whole time. Never turned it on. I don't think it's going to pick up much though. There's not that much weather here. And the weather radars are really spotty. Sometimes they work flawlessly, other times they won't work at all. Let me get my drunken camera under control. I'm curious what that is down there. Maybe just like some sort of recreation area? Logging? Actually, that might be... no, it's not logging. Some kind of fucking... It looks like there's a fence around it with a control strip. Have we found another military base? Or just something... It kind of looks like one. Maybe just some sort of... Oh, maybe a dirt bike trail or some shit. I don't know. It's not on the playlist, so we won't need to. got 3 minutes till we get there. 10 miles. So it should just be over this ridgeline, I think. In fact, that's the open side of the valley there. So we might come in over that rather than cross the ridge at, you know, while descending, which is not the best plan. So we'll cut across. And we'll do one more quick flight after this. Then I need to get some dinner and try and catch up on everything I missed today. And then I got to get up early tomorrow morning and clean the shit out of my fucking flat because I got an inspection coming up. And oddly enough, when your job is to clean up after other fucking people, you don't really clean up after yourself so much. Oh man, I can't get over this view. Fucking beautiful. I'm not entirely sure what is going on with my mixture levers there. I don't think they should be that far back. Maybe some sort of animation desync or something? I've done, I think, 1 or 2 flights around Mexico. Did one from Veracruz in the Goose. That was probably a couple months ago now. I need to fly around Africa more. I haven't done much there. Some beautiful flying. And at some point we will resume the Great Journey of the East. Just as, you know, when I feel like we're not going to end up with a bunch of fucking edgelord shitters in chat. Because I really do want to continue that trip. Just unfortunate timing on Russia's gamer moment. There's the airport. So we'll circle round to the right and come in that way. What the? That was weird. Actually, no, it wasn't, I guess, because we're quite high up here. Disregard me, I don't know what I'm talking about. Egypt to Morocco? I don't recall saying that. I said we might do one somewhere along the north coast, but I don't remember saying I'd do one that far. Because that is a long flight, and I don't really do long hauls. Is the runway? Interesting, the direct 2 showed from my position when I hit the direct 2. It's not showing from my present location, which is very interesting. And that is a cool runway. Yeah, I know. Drop 1 stage flap. We might be a little fast. Actually, no, we should be okay. Oh, I see. Yeah, the taxiway's up on the fucking, like, on the plateau overlooking the runway. Man, that's a cool airport. Okay. We should be slow enough for the gear, and I think slow enough for full flap at this point. I'd be surprised if we were going to overspeed it at this. We're a little off kilter from the runway, but we can fix that up in the last little bit of our approach here. This is a cool airport. I see why Rob was raving about it. It's fucking awesome. More power. We're easily going to make the runway. I just don't want to clip the edge because it's curved up towards me. Basically no wind, which is perfect. And we're down. So yeah, that's why the taxiway had a dead end, because it goes up there to the terminal and the hangars and stuff. And I spawned down the far end of the taxiway from memory. Yeah, I spawned way down there. Park next to the Spirit of Kent, why not? No, you don't have to worry about that. Go off, off, off. And the door is on that side. There's also that door. And one of those opens the little cargo door too. So you got a little sort of cargo bay back there. And then you got a little one in the nose too. But yeah, it's a nice little plane. Really nice little plane. And a beautiful little airport. Oh, look, it's got a little tunnel under the runway as well. That's cool. That's really cool. So yeah, we spawned on this little pad over here, I think, that I'm looking at. Like that little sort of bit of ramp. So I could have just gone left and I would have hit the end of the runway there. But I couldn't see the lights because they were obscured by the hill, so I went right instead and we went all the way up the other end of the runway. What a beautiful spot. So a tunnel, it's for a creek. It's a road. Or at least it's showing it's a road here. See, there's a road that runs there and then comes out this side onto that pad. It's a service road. Man, it must take a while to drive to the airport from down in the valley, because you'd have to do all switchbacks and everything, right? Oh, actually, come on this way, it's not that far. What a beautiful place. What an absolutely beautiful place. Can add that to my list of places I want to visit sometime. Gorgeous. Alright, let's do one more quick flight. I don't know what plane we'll use for it or where we'll fly from. So unfortunately the neighbour's airfield is not counted as an airfield in the sim, so I can't just spawn in there. I think the closest would probably be maybe Bathurst. Don't think... actually no, Goulburn should have an airport. Or an airstrip of some sort. We'll set it to daytime so I can see, but there should be snow on the ground. 3D Max license. Oh, it'll expire in June? Fuck, dude. You better speed up the Su 15 work. Better get as much shit done as possible before you before your license expires. No, yeah, no, Goulburn does have a fucking airport. It's not a very big one though. What can I fly out of that? That's a really fucking short runway, relatively speaking. So where I am going is right around here. Yeah, there's no fucking... Katoomba's probably the closest. Actually, what's this? That's really short. That's a fucking little dirt strip or something. On the other hand, if I go straight northeast from there... Yeah, that's closer than Katoomba. Fuck it. We'll go from here. We're going to need something with reasonable short field performance here, I think. But also with reasonable speed, if we can do that. That Cub we flew the other day was okay for that. Or I could just fly the Jab. Old Faithful. Yeah, we don't need much fuel in this thing. It'll fly forever on half a tank. Weather might not be good enough to fly. We'll see how we go. Airpark north of Tucson has a ton of 747s, and it's just a few miles from the westernmost battle of the Civil War, and an ostrich farm. Oh, neat. I bet you it's got... Actually, it might have photogrammetry. I wouldn't be surprised. Oh yeah, there's your little airstrip. Interesting. Brass runway. Oh, yeah. This... I don't know if this is Jabiru weather, my dudes. Okay. Brakes already off. My trim... Yeah, we don't want really neutral. We'll bring it back a couple clicks. Flaps are half. Oil pumps and shit are on. Can't really use the this to navigate because it won't show the tree lines, which we need. This weather could very well kill me, we will see. And we will almost certainly have icing. If they're saying it's snowing at their place, we will have icing. Which will make things very interesting. Get up over those trees. Okay. I want to turn... Oh, there's quite a bit of wind as well. Downdraft? Hello? Jesus. This is gonna be sketchy. Yeah, it doesn't... Who is it that used Blended? Doesn't Overstratus use it? Or no, Maya. I think Overstratus uses Maya, I can't remember. Rudel uses 3ds Max. Oh, that weather does not look very nice. That weather looks a bit evil. And would perfectly tie in with them saying they're getting snow. A lot of snow. So there's our little airstrip there. It's a nice little farm strip. So I guess today, we find out why it's a stupid idea to fly a jab into weather. Do I have 3D vision? I can cheat. We most certainly did not have 3D vision in the plane I flew. And it doesn't have an artificial horizon either, so you cannot do IMC at all. You're going to the dead man spiral. Hey, Scream and Cheese. Good to see you. Just on the tail end of the stream at the moment. We're doing something very stupid. We're taking this thing into weather it is not designed to go anywhere near. Because I want to check and see if the sim shows that it's snowing at my parents' place, which they said it is. The other thing is spotting their place is going to be fucking nightmarish in this weather. because the in-sim VFR map and the also the little avionics studers, the fucking GNS or whatever this is, it doesn't show the forestry. It only shows like elevation and only kind of. And the only way I can find their place is either by following the road from Black Springs, which means I have to find Black Springs first, or by looking at the tree line, because they got state forests around them. You would never ever fly a Jabiru into this in real life, for any reason. I think it's still just airports and points of interest. I don't think you can find cities and streets. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. And obviously I don't want to type their address in on stream. That would be a bit stupid. I mean, it's one thing to overfly the general area, which they're within, you know, several dozen kilometers of. It's another entirely to type in the fucking address. I need to watch my speed. I need to not blow the engine is what I need to do. There we go, look at that. Oh, I do not like what this air is doing. It's trying to yeet me into the fucking ground. We're actually going to keep a little more power on, just as a bit of safety margin. I use safety margin in the fucking loosest sense here. Because there is no safety happening in this flight. I think I recognize where I am. Maybe. I might still be too far west. That's the Abercrombie River there, that valley. I'm just not sure if I'm on the right lineup. So I don't know if that's Abercrombie Road. That looks like Abercrombie Road, but I'm not 100% sure. I think it is. We'll be able to tell when it gets down to the bottom of the river. There should be a bridge and a campsite. It's so cool to actually be able to fly over shit in a flight sim and be like, I know exactly where I'm going. I know exactly where that street is. I know exactly what's at the end of that street. I know who lives in that house. Like, it's so fucking cool. I think that's the house that always has free shit out the front of it. Like 90% sure that's the house that has free shit out the front of it. That cloud is in about the right spot for them to be getting snow. If I am where I think I am, and I'm pretty sure on this one, yeah, they're getting fucking pasted right now. Let me just double check my position on the VFR map thing. Oh, I am too far west. Never mind. Haha. I don't know where I am. That is the Abercrombie River Valley, so we're way out fucking God knows where. So I just swing east. That Acme beacon, I think I know where that is actually. Didn't realize they'd put a beacon out there. Okay, well there's a big cloud there too, so either way they probably are getting fucked by snow. Not really ideal ditching country. Unless you bring a parachute with you. And now we're going in the right general direction. Llamas are bigger, they're a bit more aggressive, and they have, like, banana-shaped ears. Alpacas have straight ears, like, you know, they look like most other animals' ears, but llamas have, like, curved ears, noticeably curved. And they're quite a bit bigger. Jesus, the turbulence up here. Yeah. Usually not deliberately, usually they're aiming for each other and I just happen to be in the way. I think one or two of them have done it deliberately. So some of them have attitude problems, and they will spit at people, but usually they won't spit at people, they'll kind of threaten at most. But yeah, if you get caught between two that are having a fucking biffo, you're gonna catch some. They all have their own individual personalities, and some of them are really, like, just shitheads. One of mine in particular is an absolute bitch. If she sees me, she'll, kind of creep up on me and then try and charge me. Like, she just wants to play, and she thinks that's playing. She weighs more than I do, she'll fucking bowl me over one day. And she likes to chew on things. So, like, they don't generally bite. They've got bottom teeth, but they don't have top teeth. They have, like, just a pad. Like a bony pad. So they don't generally bite. The boys will bite each other when they're fighting, but they generally won't bite people. But we have a couple that have fixations. So one of them, they're sisters. Munchkin chews on hats. She really likes hats. And if you go out in the paddock wearing a hat, she'll try and steal it and run away with it. And Anastasia is just a shithead. And she likes to chew on things. She chews on fence wires, she chews on fingers, she chews on your nose if you let her. She'll chew on hair. She chews on, like, the corners of your clothes. She's the one that tries to knock me over. She's such a bitch. She usually starts fights with the others as well. They get jealous of each other as well. Like, if you give one of them attention, the others will get shitty with you. So, for example, if Anastasia sees me anywhere near any of the other animals, she will just throw a shit fit and come charging over and spit at them and start shit with them and try and get them to go away, so she gets all the attention. Like, she's just a piece of work, that one. Where am I? I want to go more this way. I don't think that's a power line I'm looking for. There is a major high voltage line that runs past them, but I don't think that's the one I'm looking for. And see the amount of fucking turbulence coming off these mountains. Like, the plane is just getting thrown around like a fucking toy. Like, I'm making barely any control inputs here. What you see is just the wind. Wind, not thermals because it's cold as fuck. So pretty much just wind. Do they peck or do they hoover? The ducks hoover. So you'd put your hand out and they just kind of... It felt funny. Jesus. I'd very much like to be out of these mountains, thank you very much. So they're... I think I'm pretty close. I need to be somewhere between these beacons, I think. They peck? Oh, they're like chickens then. Yeah, chickens peck. The ducks do kind of like, it's kind of a peck, but it's side to side as well, and so they'll like, it's just weird. I think like they're kind of semi-filter feeders normally, because they're like sifting for bugs and shit out of the mud and out of the algae, right? And that's what they do when you've got like a handful of whatever, that's what they do. It feels really funny. Now we're in the right place, more or less. I think that might be the Abercrombie Road over there. Oh my god. So there should be some radio towers. Well, actual, not radio towers, like mobile towers, which will tell us that we are indeed in the right area. And those will be on the Porter's Retreat side. There's the river. So you can imagine like a 1.5 lane road that has shitty surface that always like that there's landslides and shit that happen all the time. We got traffic up there. So that on the edge of this, like this kind of terrain, and there's logging trucks coming down it. Just with no warning, logging trucks, fully loaded. Terrifying. Yeah, I'm out by the Abercrombie River. I'm gonna buzz near my parents' place and see if it's rendering snow into Sims since they're getting snowed in at the moment. I'm not Australian, dude. The Emu War shit is funny to me. I don't have fucking flashbacks. Not my problem. Simply don't lose a war to giant birds. Emus are fucking funny. Like, when they get the shits with you, they start trying to... Like, you know, kangaroos adopt a bit of a boxing pose and they try and kickbox you. Geese put their head down and start hissing and their wings go up behind them. Fucking emus start doing this shit. Like, they stand there and they fucking wobble their head all over the place. It looks fucking ridiculous. There's a video, I think, on YouTube somewhere. It was from Australia Zoo or the Reptile Park or somewhere like that. It was a fucking emu trying to start shit with a kangaroo because the kangaroo had a fucking branch and the emu wanted it. Oh, I'm going fucking south. That's why you pay attention to what you're doing. Yeah, the emu wanted it. So the emu starts shit with a kangaroo. It's like the dumbest fight. Which, to be fair, was very Australian, because if you go down the pub of a fucking Saturday night, you'll see the exact same shit, including the funky neck movements. And usually over something equally fucking stupid. The fucking kangaroo was trying to do something to it, and he wasn't trying to eat it, I'll tell you that much. Hold a koala? It'd probably hold on to you. It'd probably be the other way around. Those things have got sharp fucking claws. They're adorable, though. Drop bear, yeah. What if you go to hold a koala, but you accidentally hold a drop bear instead? Do you know how to tell the difference? Well, I mean, the weather's clearing up enough. I feel like we could maybe climb a little here. And once we climb, I'll be able to see the terrain. And once I can see the terrain, I'll be able to figure out where the fuck I am. I mean, I know that's the Abercrombie there. I just don't know which part of it we're on. Because I can't see the road. I'll head for that beacon, because I think that beacon is one of the mobile towers. Joey in a blanket at a Japanese restaurant? That would have been interesting. I don't think we're going to get much climb performance out of this, though. Fucking crab angle on it. There is a bit of wind here, just a little. Okay, that looks like Lake Burrigarang. So I'm too far east now if I can see the fucking lake. That is Lake Burrigarang. It's northeast. So I'm going to come around this way. And that should put me pretty much where I want to go. Please be a headwind. Please be a headwind. Please be a headwind. Please be a headwind. It is a headwind. Thank fuck. I've been in this area, but only on the ground. So my navigation references here are very few and far between, and I'm missing one of them at the moment. But like I said, I reckon that beacon is one of the mobile towers, and if I find that, I find Abercrombie Road, and if I find Abercrombie Road, I know where I'm going. Because that should be, like, the fucking Gurnang State Forest should be up here somewhere, I think. Just double check my nav. I wish this thing had some way of holding its altitude when I'm not looking at it. We'll bring up Google Maps so I actually can see where the forest is. This is the big brain strat time right here. Am I crashing yet? No, but I'm probably going to if I don't pay attention. Right around the middle. So I'm actually too far south. I want to be, like, up here. So that's... I don't know what the fuck this is then. That's the Abercrombie. That's something else entirely. I always forget how far north they are. They're, like, level with fucking Sydney. Where'd you take off from? Some farmer's field somewhere? Like northwest of Goulburn? Should have taken the jet, yeah, but then we don't get to see all this cool scenery, you know, at a nice leisurely pace. We also don't get to have the mortal fear of getting thrown into a mountain by a fucking sudden wind. Not to the same degree, anyway. Look at crab angle again. We're going that way. It's got to be a pretty strong wind. Yeah, that's Lake Burrigarang. Can we not die today, please? Thing is, this doesn't have the performance to really get much higher than it already is. But also, you know, terrain. So, it's going to be interesting. Yeah, it should be like somewhere in this area. Oh, do not. Do not. See how much climb I can get out of it before it just runs out of puff. Not much, as it turns out. I actually haven't. I have not been to the caves. Oh, oh my god. Oh, we are fucked. Remember what I said about mountains? And how they kill you? Fuck me. Jesus. Are we out of that yet? Holy fuck. Somebody would just like to show that to every DCS player who proclaims that real-world combat involves flying at fucking 20 feet off the ground through mountain valleys. I know a fighter weighs a little bit more than a fucking 600 kilo max takeoff Jabiru, but it ain't that big of a difference. When the sky wants you fucking dead, it makes you dead. We're not going to clear this. We're not going to clear it. I'm just going to be, oh my god, flaps. Flaps, bail me out. No, they're not going to bail me out. Oh my god. This is, like, very bad no-no place to be flying right now. It's kind of funny, all that sketchy cloud that I said this is what you don't fly a jab into, we're in pretty clear air here, and this is what's going to kill us. Turn myself west so I can at least get... Oh, no, 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 no. Jesus. It's... Good question. I forgot what I set the time to. We're pointing... Oh, it'll be evening. Yeah, we're pointing west, so it'll be like afternoon. Trees. Yep, that's what happens. Let's just air start, so I don't have to fly so far. So yeah, all the people in DCS who are utterly convinced DCS has perfect weather simulation and flying in mountains is A-okay and not a problem ever, like, you have no fucking clue. And again, this sim probably undersells how dangerous that would have been. This sim undersells turbulence in general, though not by a huge amount. Beauregard, Mount David. Okay, yeah, let's just set as departure. This is going to be miserable weather. We'll see how long we last here. I was kind of hoping the Jab would have just enough performance to get out of that, but not quite. Well, I don't see any snow yet. Oh my god, how fucking high up did it spawn me? Jesus. I don't think this thing's capable of climbing this high under its own power.
You good morning, laughing face.
Hey Garfield. Cheers for the Prime sub. Oh, no snow. Okay, so I guess the weather in the sim hasn't updated yet, but they said they are getting snowed in at the moment. So all around us we should see white stuff. because this is live weather I've got set. How far off was I with my nav? Pretty fucking far off. Oh, I was pretty close. I was like here when I got yeeted. If I'd gone a bit further west instead, I would have been fine. Okay. Where's the airstrip? I just wanted to see if there was snow. That's the sole reason we came here. Hey, there's the airstrip. That was fucking good. Right over it. I think it went 5,000 feet above ground level. Although, even then it was a bit higher, because the altitude of the farm is like fucking 3,000 and something feet. Put it this way, if it was fogged in at the farm, I knew I wasn't going to be flying at Bathurst, because Bathurst is about, circuit height at Bathurst is 3,400 feet. So if they were fogged in at the farm, it meant that it was just about at or below Bathurst circuit height. Yeah, the Swiss Hunter pilots would have been fucking absolutely insane. There's the runway. Oh boy. So, crosswind rating of this aircraft is 14 knots from memory. This is going to be interesting. On a fucking dirt strip on a hillside, and that's not level either. I tried to land there in the BG and I fucking bounced and flipped. Did I just call the fucking GB? Should not be landing in a crosswind with full flap, actually. Let's take it to half. I might even bring him all the way up. Pennywise, thanks for the follow. Caught me just at the end of the stream. We're about to attempt a landing in conditions that this aircraft should not be landing in. Try again. And now it doesn't want to climb. Oh my god. Yep, this is fine. Okay, let's... Fuck, I thought that was into the wind. Oh hey, the sim doesn't have the fucking mobile tower there. Interesting. Yeah, I did that with a Grumman Goose. I had the wind set to, I think it was 44 knots or 48 knots or something, and I just landed in my own length. It's ridiculous. Unfortunately, this wind isn't quite fast enough to hover this thing. Oh yeah, that's realistic. If you've got enough of a headwind, a plane will pretty much hover. They have a lot of, like up in Alaska especially, where they get strong winds, they have a lot of short takeoff and landing competitions where they try and basically take off almost vertically. Obviously, the bigger your plane is, the bigger and heavier it is, the more, like, the stronger a wind you need for the plane to be able to do that. I actually could just about hover the plane into this. Let's try it. Fuck the runway. We'll just use the field. Ah, too much rate of descent. Nearly. But yeah, it was just about hovering in that, so it must have been like a 40 knot wind. Anyway, I think that's going to do me for the evening, guys. I am going to see where I can send you all. I will possibly see you over the weekend. I'm not 100% sure yet. And I'm going to see what I can do about shifting around work a bit so I can get some more streams in like I used to. So let's see who's on. I spy a rhino. I think I'll send you guys his way. There we go. Thank you all very much for hanging out with me today, guys. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Stay safe, have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will catch you on the next one, whenever that may be. In the meantime, enjoy Rhino.